919-3776. Ty Butler with you for the next 2 hours. We then pass the baton over to my man, Pat O'Keefe, who will be on the call for tonight's game or doing pregame show for tonight's Knicks-Timberwolves game live from the Garden. So let's have some fun. We are in the YouTube comments, so hit us up once again on social media at Ty D. Butler. Talk about it Tuesday, 4:30. Do I dare ask Jacob and Pusick for contributions? Like, is this a full 3-person experience, or am I left on an island? Is that what's going to be happening? Do you guys have some material you want to get off your chest, or is this just all me, all gas, no brakes? How are we treating this at 4:30?
We're here for you. We could think through some stuff.
We could chip in. You know,
man. That didn't sound like that didn't have the conviction I wanted. Because for people who can't see what just happened, I asked a question. You look inside the control room, they're just looking at each other. No one wanted to answer. It's just like, you want to go? You want me to go? Then Pusick's like, all right, we can make something happen. I wasn't exactly planning.
I mean, listen, let's give him the full Ty experience. That's what I was thinking. But, I'll chip in if you need me to. I'll probably throw something in.
Man. Y'all leaving me out here.
We got you. Don't worry.
Leaving me out here. Ty Butler, we're going to 5 o'clock. Let's get into, how about we touch on some baseball before we get back to the football? We did have some news yesterday about the Mets. Jeff McNeil, he goes from New York to the Sacramento A's. Dream come true. So the Mets are going to get Yordan Rodriguez. He's a rookie ball arm in this deal that sends McNeil to the A's. They'll also be sending, and this is alarming to me, they're sending cash to help cover McNeil's salary. Think about how badly a team wants to get rid of you when they're willing to pay a third of your salary for you to just go away. This is a strong message from David Stearns and that Met organization that ultimately confirms all the reporting we've been hearing, that clubhouse was in shambles. It was an absolute mess. There was a lot of toxicity. The 4 longest tenured Mets in Nimmo, McNeil, Edwin Diaz, and Alonso are all gone. They had some cleaning up to do, and they are doing it. And this isn't to say that the reason why they were in such disarray was because of, Pete Alonso and Edwin Diaz, but it certainly adds some confirmation to, there was some stuff going on with Nimmo. McNeil and Lindor, who supposedly has squashed their beef, maybe that ratcheted up a few notches. And look, I understand that in baseball, you don't necessarily need chemistry to win. Guys don't have to like each other. Like, that could destroy a football locker room and an NBA locker room. And we've seen it happen. The 2004 Lakers lost that series in the finals to the Pistons because everyone hated each other, including the coach. And Phil Jackson wrote a book about it. So that tends to derail teams in other sports, whereas in baseball, not necessarily the case. But the Mets are in a bit of a unique spot because they're trying to build something from the ground up, and they're doing it devoid of this culture of winning. So the Yankees in the 90s can get away with it because they had legitimate stars and they were leaders, and there was a culture of winning. They were the New York Yankees. And this isn't to take a shot at the Mets, but they don't have that. That did not exist in their clubhouse, so friction can derail what they're trying to build, especially when it involves, according to the reports, your star player in Francisco Lindor. I also thought, and maybe we didn't pay enough attention to this, when Juan Soto last year said what I thought was just odd. He said something I thought was odd, where he's like, actually, Starling Marte is our captain because he has all the qualities. And you look at that and you say, is that a shot at Lindor? Or is this the New York media just trying to conjure up a story? Now, with all that we've been presented with, it feels like maybe there were some deeper-rooted issues that we just didn't pay attention to too much. But David Stearns, he's cleaning up what he felt like was a mess in that clubhouse. And I don't think it's hyperbolic to say his job is on the line. If the Mets miss the playoffs again, he's got to go. He has to go. With the amount of money Steve Cohen is spending on that roster, with the expectations that are exorbitant, if the Mets go back-to-back years post-NLCS appearance where you thought you were building something and you were headed on an upward trajectory, if they go back-to-back years postseason DNP, that general manager cannot remain employed. Especially when in the first of those 2 years when you missed the playoffs, all it required your team to do to get in was win 84 games. And you lost out to a Cincinnati Reds team that I'm still not sure was actually trying. So, I mean, this goes without saying, critical year for the Mets, which starts with this offseason. And I know fans rightfully are down on Stearns because there doesn't appear to be a vision or a plan. He clearly has one. We just haven't seen it materialize, and we're still waiting for all the pieces to be put in place. But, I mean, no one's going to get excited about Jorge Polanco. Like, this team desperately needs some firepower, especially for an offense that at large portions of the season last year had some inconsistencies. You now removed your best home run hitter. You've got to replace that. So at this point, David Stearns has not earned the benefit of the doubt, and we'll see what he's got cooking up here. But if the Mets miss the playoffs again, he's gone. You can't be a bad team and also have a toxic clubhouse. And the last part, the latter, toxicity in the clubhouse, he's trying to clean up. But the goal here is to, again, like, this team wasn't one with expectations of just making the playoffs. It was about winning a championship, which is, Steve Cohen had a tweet a couple weeks ago that I was like, wow, how the mighty have fallen. And again, a lot of people will take this as you're a Yankee fan on your high horse, Yankee propaganda, anti-Mets. And I promise you I'm not doing this because actually, if I'm being honest, between here and being on TV at SNY, it would make the jobs easier and much more entertaining if the Mets were good. But Steve Cohen, and I'm trying to find the tweet where he alludes to, trying to get this team to the playoffs. And I'm like, hold up, brother. When you first got here, you were supposed to be the Dodgers of the East. You were talking about how in the first 5 years you were going to win a championship. Not a Met fan on the planet wants to hear you talk about, just making the playoffs. What's the tweet? Because I can't find it.
It's from December 19th. As typical, the usual idiots misinterpreting a post article on the Mets payroll for 2026. I can imagine our payroll to be lower than last year. It's always hard to predict, but that would be my best guess. Payroll watchers always forget the budget for waiver claims, player movements from minors to majors, and trade deadline moves. That's how it typically works.
So he's just going at people. Look, man, payroll watchers always forget. Here's the deal, Steve Cohen. If your team's winning, then people will applaud you for it because the best asset this organization has is your wallet. If they're winning, you'll get applauded for it. You can't come across as feisty and snarky on social media when you're coming off of an 83-win season with that payroll. And that's just the reality. You could say it's fair. You could say it's unfair. That's just what the reality is for the New York Mets. On the Yankees, talking about this with my fellow Yankee fan who is a part of this show today. So what exactly is the plan if they miss out on Cody Bellinger? Baseball, and I've done this before, so for the people who have heard this, I apologize, but there is a new audience. Baseball's got to figure out this free agency thing. It's a snooze fest. And I think that if you institute a salary cap, maybe it fixes it because all of these negotiations happen under the guise of there's a max salary for a player. So free agency is a frenzy like the NBA, like the NFL, like the NHL does, where it happens quick, fast, and in a hurry, and you keep people engaged. The fact that we go from the thrill of what was one of the best World Series we've had in quite some time with the Dodgers and the Blue Jays going to extra innings of a Game 7 to just nothing happening. You had a chance to take advantage. People captivated people's attention, keep them present. And now we're bored because nothing's happening in free agency. The two biggest names in Kyle Tucker and Cody Bellinger, like there's no news on what the market is or any movement. This happened last year with Juan Soto. Juan Soto became a free agent 3 days after the World Series. He signed in December during Sunday Night Football. That can't happen. He just got buried in an NFL game. So baseball's got to figure this out. Fans get excited about player movement in every sport, in free agency, whether it's the trade deadline or like I said, free agency. Player movement is exciting, and it's just a snooze fest. So something's got to give.
Also, I hate to break it to you, Ty. You might have stumbled into let's talk about it.
Let's talk about baseball free agency.
Baseball free agency.
I've been ranting about this for years. I love the sport so much, but to see them continue to fall behind, it bleeds into spring training. Like, how is that fun? Could you imagine the year that Durant was a free agent? We get to September and he's unsigned. Like, that would never happen in the NBA. It would never happen.
And I can still remember to this day where I was at and what I was doing when Durant signed with the Warriors.
I was actually on a flight to Turks and Caicos while it was happening. So I landed in Turks and Caicos to all this new. And I was like, and you know how I feel about KD. I'm like, there's no way.
I drive a Dodge Stratus.
This dude went to Golden State, and I'm like, oh man, like the type of vitriol for that team that he's gonna face because he made that decision.
Listen, I think I was in DR January 3rd, 4th when it happened.
July.
Yeah. Oh, July. Yes. I was arguing my cousins down because he was like, this is what Stephen A was saying. This is the weakest move, which I mean, I can't argue with that. And with the team's other options he had. But I was just
Miami,
like, and I mean New
Boston,
York, even though New York wasn't a real
New
thing
York
at the
wasn't,
point.
but it was Miami and Boston, really.
But to be honest with you, it was just the fact that KD at the height of his powers moved to the Warriors, which was coming off a 73-9 and lost in the finals.
KD 2 years removed from winning an MVP.
Listen,
on top of obviously losing to them in the playoffs, like it was wild. But and you remember that, you'll never forget that moment. Like, baseball would love to have that, where here's a star player, makes a decision about what his next team destination is, and you just remember everything about it. You lose some of that, or a lot of that luster when it's just prolonged.
They could even adopt like some of the like, all right, you can start talking about deals at this point, and then deals don't become official. That they could do something like that where, all right, we got a weekend where deals are not official, but you could begin talking to certain teams about it. Then move on to that. The fact that it drags out to like from now to February, I lose interest fast.
But because it's an open free market and there's no cap on the amount of money you can pay to a player, this thing can drag on for it. That's why I argued you institute a salary cap. So we already know what the most, like a couple of years ago, what Aaron Judge can get from a team. The Yankees can offer him the most. So we're locked into that number, whereas Boris is just going to keep negotiating.
I think, too, also the problem with this year might be it's not – there are great free agents out there, but it's not big name.
Yeah,
it's not like the Aaron Judge. Yeah,
It's not. It's not at all. So I agree with that point. I just would love to see us get to a place where this becomes exciting. And we thought we were going to get that like during the pandemic. Remember when there was the lockout and then they agreed, we were going to have a flood of free agency. That just never happened. Cody Bellinger is reportedly seeking something in the neighborhood of a 6-year deal worth $180 million, AAV of $30 million. Jack Curry said on the Yes Network, I believe it was this past weekend, that no one has come close to what Boris wants for his client. This almost feels like a gotta-have-it free agent for the Yankees. It doesn't sound like they'd be in on Kyle Tucker, but if you lose Cody Bellinger, what's the pivot? They had a pivot last year to losing Soto. with Freed and with Bellinger. So as devastating as it was to lose Soto, there was a plan in place and they pivoted quickly. And maybe that exists to a certain extent with names that we're not yet aware of, maybe on the trade market. I just don't. I have a fear that they run out this Dominguez, Grisham, Judge outfield, and that's just not good enough. That's an unserious baseball team to me. If you were trying to win a championship, that's not your outfield. But again, this goes back to the frustrations we've had, and we're like in the same boat as Steelers fans complaining about we go 10-7, 11-6 every year and can't have success in the playoffs, to which I understand Steelers fans. The Yankees have this plan of eventually it'll work out, and it hasn't worked out in 16 years. So at some point, if you are in a spot where you cannot compete with the Dodgers financially, your best asset, which used to be your money, has to become the guys you employ at the two most important positions in the organization, and that's your general manager and that's your manager. And if you cannot argue to me that they have the best duo in baseball with Cashman and Boone, then you're losing this race. As frustrating as it can be that you're no longer the New York Yankees of the 90s, I understand it. It's kind of insane to live in a world where Hal Steinbrenner wants a salary cap, but I get it. I can stomach that because there's logic to it. Your best asset then has to become the guys making the decisions. And if you're not doing that, then it tells me you're unserious about winning a championship. And I don't care that they went to the World Series a couple years ago. You got embarrassed by the Dodgers. I don't care how close the series was and runs scored and FIP. You lost 4-1 in the World Series. You got embarrassed. You got bludgeoned by the best team in baseball. At some point, changes have to be made. At some point. And hopefully those changes get made rather quickly. Moose is in Jamaica. What's up, Moose?
What's going on, Ty? How are you? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Moose. Happy holidays to you and your family. What's going on, bro?
Happy holidays. Yeah, so I'd like to talk about the Jeff McNeil trade, and if I can, I'd like to get into the Cody Bellinger of it all. Seems like the Jeff McNeil trade is a purging of the old guard with a bringing in of Stern's idea of what a baseball team should look like, whether it be schematically or with the analytics. Now, what he will do with the rest of the offseason remains to be seen. But one thing I can definitely see is maybe them counting on Peterson, Manaea, Holmes, and Senga to at least occupy some sort of top half of a rotation if they don't bring in a Skubal or any of the Framber Valdez's or things like that to be a number one certified ace. Maybe they'll have a collection of 2s and 3s that get the job done for them to win 80 to 90 games with the offense picking up the slack if the pitching suffers a little bit from time to time. Now, as for Cody Bellinger, what the Yankees might be banking on why they haven't made a significant move might have been the fact that they might be waiting on what happened to Bellinger the last time he was a free agent after a decent season with Chicago, I believe, when he signed a flyer with them in 2022 or 3, and he had that comeback year that got him the 3-year deal with them for 27-odd million.
Yeah.
And with opt-outs that he's currently on now that opted out. So if that happens again, the Yankees will be first in line, and Bellinger would almost have to come back to the Yankees on a 3-year deal with opt-outs.
I don't think that's going to happen, though, man. He's
don't know.
But he's 30. He's got a chance to cash it. And look, I guess there's a chance, right, if no one's going to give him that lucrative contract.
One more thing, Ty. The Yankees might be stuck on giving him 5 years because they feel like 35 is the last year he'll be productive.
Which is not
So
bad.
that might be it.
which is not bad.
Yeah. Thanks for taking my call.
I appreciate it. Your point on the Mets, though, when you watch how bad that rotation was in the second half of the season, I'm just not a big fan of the run it back, maybe it'll work this time plot. Like that, Senga, Peter, they were all awful. Outside of McClain, it was just terrible. Peterson, all of those guys were bad. So now you come into a year where, yes, you'll get a full season of Nolan McClain, and that, to use like a Brian Cashman philosophy, that's almost like a trade because you get him for the whole 162. But you need more than that, man. Like, that can't be the plan this year. That cannot be the plan. It cannot be. 800-919-3776. Yo, I'm in the YouTube chat, and somebody's questioning why I'm wearing a hat. Is it because he's balding? So I guess
I saw that same thing.
I guess I should take my hat off to show, no,
thing.
I'm not balding. Actually, I need a cut, and I'm getting the cut tomorrow. I hit my barber up yesterday, and apparently I've never heard this before. He's like, yeah, I'm not in the shop on Mondays and Tuesdays. I'm like, what?
It's usually Sunday. That's the day that they take off.
I'm like, what? I'm not in on Mondays and Tuesdays. So I couldn't get the cut yesterday. I submitted my social media video to Jake Montgomery. Unfortunately, man, I wanted to have it clean shaven, look good for the camera, but that's why I got to wear the hat. So as you guys can see on the YouTube stream, no, I am not balding. It's the exact opposite. I need a haircut. 800-919-3776. I do want to talk about the Jets. So let's come back. We take a break, come back, talk about the Jets, talk about it Tuesday at 4:30 where maybe we get some contribution from our guys in the control room. All that happening right here on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
St. John's is back in action at home against Harvard. Coverage begins today at 5:40 on the ESPN New York app.
Knicks fans, it's time to hit the court with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. Download the BetMGM app today and add a boost of excitement to every New York game day with same-day parlays, live betting options, player props, boosted odds specials, and the best daily promotions in the business. With the BetMGM app at your fingertips, you can experience the excitement of betting on your favorite players and get in on all the blue and orange action as your New York Knicks drive the lane. Find out why basketball fans love BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Gambling problem in New York? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Friends, it's football season, the best time of the year. You should be out there tailgating, cheering on your team, and enjoying every Sunday. But if you're dealing with neck pain, back pain, sciatica, or nerve pain, even getting off the couch can feel like a challenge. You don't have to live like that. There's help. Dr. Jay Shaw at Sandwell Pain is New Jersey's top pain specialist. He's Ivy League trained, double board certified, and is dedicated to helping you get back in the game. Here's what makes the difference. No surgery, no scars, no long recovery, no pain medication. Just precise, non-surgical image-guided procedures that deliver real results. Dr. Shaw treats neck pain, back pain, joint pain, migraines, nerve pain, and sciatica with a plan that's customized for you. Same-day and next-day appointments are available, and with offices in Woodbridge, Livingston, and Inglewood, relief is always close. So don't let pain keep you on the sidelines this season. Visit SandwellPain.com to call, text, or book online. Most major insurances are accepted. That's SandwellPain.com. Relief is closer than you think, and it starts today.
Hey, New York and New Jersey, Boost Mobile has an unlimited talk, text, and data plan that's only $25 a month forever, meaning you'll only ever pay $25 a month for the rest of your life. Who wouldn't want unlimited wireless when it only costs $25 a month forever? If you don't, you must be one of those people who enjoy overpaying for their phone plan. $25 a month forever is truly as good as it gets, so go online and switch now at boostmobile.com. After 30 gigabytes, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Mobile Unlimited plan.
Discover a driving experience crafted to inspire. At Garden City Mazda, exceptional design and sophisticated performance come together. During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, lease the 2025 Mazda CX-5 for $229 a month for 33 months. Or the 2025 Mazda CX-50 for $239 a month for 33 months. Both with $49.95 due at signing. It's the Mazda More to Move You sales event at Garden City Mazda. At Garden City Mazda, expect the exceptional.
The holidays are here, and Amazon Pickup is your MVP of package pickup. Need that perfect gift like a brand new jersey for the big game? With Amazon Pickup, you can grab your order from secure Amazon lockers or counters near you on your schedule at no extra cost. It's fast, it's easy, and it keeps your holiday surprises tucked safely away. So whether you're running from work or heading to the holiday party, Amazon Pickup makes holiday shopping worry-free. Find your nearest Amazon Pickup location at amazon.com/pickupmvp. That's amazon.com/pickupmvp.
For over 100 years, Slomin's has been your trusted partner in comfort. When it comes to home heating oil, we deliver more than just quality fuel. We deliver peace of mind. With price protection, automatic deliveries, 24/7 service, and up to 30 days to pay your invoice. Our dedicated team is just a call away, ensuring you stay warm and comfortable all winter long. Slomin's, New York and New Jersey's largest heating oil provider, proudly serving our community for generations. Give us a call today at 866-GET-HEAT or visit oil.slomans.com.
All right, let's take a look at the traffic with Brandy Scott.
Hey there, guys. Good afternoon. Another busy day for holiday travel, and we've got some slick spots out there on the roads with the winter weather that made its way through. Over in Jersey, just a packed ride on the Turnpike Eastern and Western Spurs southbound, bumper to bumper heading over to the main roadway from the Vince Lombardi on down. Inbound George Upper Deck will run you about 10 to 15 minutes. Best of it's the outbound side, Henry Hudson and West Side Highway. Cross Bronx westbound, already crawling from White Plains Road on through. Adding to the delays, a broken down tractor trailer on the upper deck. Outbound Lincoln, your best ride at 15 to 20. Outbound Hahn, run you 30. Some pockets of delays over at the Tappan Zee Bridge getting into Rockland County. Picking up a crash on the thruway northbound right before the Palisades Parkway. This report is sponsored by the New York City Department of Transportation. Speeding ruins lives. Drivers, watch out for pedestrians and cyclists and slow your turns to less than 5 miles an hour. I'm Brandy Scott on 880 ESPN New York.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Don was right. If I need a DJ for the wedding, I'm going to ask my man Jacob Perry to tap in. Todd Butler going till 5 o'clock.
Listen, if you and wifey need it, I got you.
So we are 6 years in. We're thinking maybe 20 years. What's like the standard benchmark for a remarriage, like renewing of the vows situation? Is it 20 years? Is it 25?
Well, I can't speak on it because I'm not
devoid of experience.
Yeah, I don't want to give any advice.
You don't want to speak out of turn.
Yeah, exactly, but I would have to guess. Probably maybe like a 10, 20. Like you would probably hit a
10 feels early.
10 feels early.
Just got married.
Google says as early as 5.
See,
No way.
So I wasn't bugging.
5, you're still thinking, did I make the right
But it sounds
decision?
like benchmark years, Ty. So you're going to do it on the 5s or the 0s here?
I think we might get to 20 strong. 20 strong is that feels like a safe. Well, because we've got wedding pictures in my living room, and my son Noah is like, Daddy, what's that? We're like, oh, that's when Mommy and Daddy got married. He's like, why wasn't I there? Or you weren't born yet. He's like, I want to be there. I want to wear that suit. So it's gonna be cool to like have the kids involved in the next ceremony. But 5, you just said 5. Google says 5.
they say milestone anniversary, so I guess the first would be 5. And then they just go
early,
5,
man.
5, 5. All right, so
Nah,
20.
you know what that is? That's a money grab. You see society?
Oh, listen.
That's a money, everything. They trying to turn everything into profit. They want you to throw every single party. Because weddings are expensive.
I heard DJs are expensive.
How much you charging as a DJ?
I'm not gonna head crack you. Come on.
You gonna show some love, a little love
I'ma
for
show
my
you-
boy?
He's giving Don a discount.
I'm giving Don a discount. I mean,
What's the rate for Don?
I told Don, give me $100 an hour.
Come on, you didn't age $100. So this is a 5-hour ceremony.
Inflation's not affecting Jacob. I don't know if you know this.
$100.
Listen,
Yo, that's $20
my fee,
an hour.
my fee,
You get more working at this radio station.
Actually, no.
Wait.
Let's not go that far.
Settle down.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go that far. But Ty, my fee at one point was like $250, maybe like $250 an hour. I'm giving.
No, see, he's at 100 now. That's
when I was actively DJing. I'm doing it off the rust. I don't want to overcharge you and I don't deliver.
But that's not overcharge. 100 is nuts. I might look at Don a different way if you want to give you $100 for DJing his wedding.
I said Don, $100 an hour, a plate of food.
100 an hour.
100 an
see,
hour.
that's different. See,
okay.
I didn't say 100. I didn't say 100 flat. No,
I'm trying to help.
No.
Okay, 100 an hour.
Are you crazy? I might as well
right.
just stay and do a shift here.
Yeah, okay.
But 100 an hour,
Now we
a plate of food, and some drinks at the bar.
Not just a plate. We got it's all paid for.
I understand that, but I'm not.
It's an open bar.
I don't.
Can we do this on Talk
I
About
don't
It
eat much.
Tuesday? How do we feel about people who get married and don't have an open bar? It's a cash bar.
we might as well just pack it in.
Yeah. I'm not showing up.
That's a. I don't want to.
It's probably coming out of the gift.
That's
to be honest.
We go flaccid moment. Let's just put it that way. Is that
No
cool?
movement, I believe. We go by movement on this show.
No movement.
No
there.
movement.
No, but here's the thing: you come in, feeling rock solid, and then you hear or see it's a cash bar, and you're like, all right, we're just mailing in the way. It's the biggest day of your life, and you're going cash bar, and that's not me trying to talk from a place of prosperity or on a high horse, but you gotta go open bar for a wedding. You can't have people pulling up and having to spend money.
Listen, I'm either bringing a flask, I'm bringing a bottle from the outside. If it's a paid bar, what's the point? Like, what's the point of me showing up?
How about this? I shouldn't be too specific about it because I don't want this to get clipped out and the wrong people to see it. But let's just call it in the last 5 years, I went out of state to a wedding.
That doesn't narrow it down, by the way. You've been to a lot of out of state. You've been out of country weddings.
I went out of state to a wedding. Was excited because this was a state I had in a city I've never been to, and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be popping." Yo, no alcohol at the wedding.
None.
0. Straight seltzer and cranberry juice, ginger ale. None. And this is not because I'm some big drinker. Like, I don't want to purport myself to be that, but it's a party, bro. We out of state. You coming to have a good time. You break from the kids. I'm with my lady. We on the dance floor. We trying to get right. No alcohol at this wedding. You cannot do that.
I'm kind of disappointed for you because as a parent, as parents, I'm not a parent yet either, but those are the times you look forward to.
Exactly.
Even if it's like 5 minutes.
Nice little getaway. We got the Airbnb, you know what I mean? Trying to get right.
When did you find out that it was a dry wedding?
Oh, this is a very funny story. So I found out, and it was so awkward, bro. I found out at a gathering that was held like just 2 months prior to the wedding, to where I asked the would-be or soon-to-be bride about like the whole fun. I'm like, yo, it's gonna be a great time. Here's what you can expect: a bunch of pictures. You're really not gonna eat much. The night's gonna fly by. One thing you will have people doing because it's a younger crowd. Everybody's gonna be trying to like hand you shots. She's like, oh no, there's no alcohol at the wedding, and my mouth dropped. I was like, yo, I didn't know what to say. I was like stuttering, and you know me, I've always got something to say. Okay, yeah, I totally understand. Like, it'll be fun regardless. Man, when I gave Cassie the memo, she's like, "Wait, what? She's like,
we all of a sudden became busy that weekend. I don't know what happened.
Oh, we forgot. Wow, Noah has the karate tournament that week.
You can't miss the karate. The Greenbelt karate tournament's that's a big
It's his
one.
first tournament too. I can't miss it.
Oh, did you say? You said October 3rd. Oh, wow.
Oh, you said October.
Oh, wow. I don't know why I thought it was.
I got my burn months mixed up. I apologize.
Yo, it was quite the revelation, man. Quite the reveal, bro. It was crazy. But we got through. We had a good time. Who says you need alcohol to have fun? I don't want to put that out there. 800-919-3776. So we do have Talk About It Tuesday. I should have saved that for Talk About It Tuesday. Maybe we'll hit Draymond. Because Draymond, I would call it embarrassing. But the problem is, if the organization doesn't condemn it, they condone it. By the way, so on my screen, I see Hahn and Don on the screen. Are we just running a replay of them at this point?
No, we're good. I got to see what happened.
Have we just decided the Ty
There you
picture? Oh, I was like, we just took Ty off the screen. We pulled the 60 Minutes and said, you know what? We're going to air a different episode.
I think what happened, because the same issue happened to me on my side, was watching you on the screen, and then after the Michael K stream ended, it just never went back, and it just went to
the dry bar
stream.
community.
We got canceled.
Yeah.
It's like Ty's on the air doing too much promotion of alcohol.
Somebody said, "Why is Don black in the chat?"
Why is Don
I love
black?
it.
Oh, we did get someone hit us up in the chat, and now here's where I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable, but they said Jacob, he badly needs a haircut.
Yes, I did see that too. I mean,
Can we see this?
This is
He showed.
all playing. I showed it.
Oh, you showed it?
Yeah,
I didn't
showed
see
on
that.
stream.
I want to see your head. No Diddy. Yeah, man.
Wow.
Yeah, man. So when we thinking that we can't
We
go
forget
into
that Jacob had
I had a whole head of hair, like ponytail and everything.
that wasn't very long. Now it was.
It was a year ago at this point.
This year kind of flew by.
and I had my conspiracy theory.
Yes.
I said he's leaving the station. He's got a job interview that's like big time because there's no. He's like, oh, I just wanted to go a different route. I said, no way.
It was a drastic change.
He went from the cornrows. Man, I'm scrolling on Instagram during the show, and my man's taking selfies, posting it on the gram as a thirst trap.
Let's not forget the Instagram snafu between you two. I still don't know if that's been resolved.
We still haven't resolved.
Yeah,
that.
we resolved it.
I used to, and for people who don't know, I used to be, and I felt like this was prestigious. I felt like it was a badge of honor. I was part of my man Jacob's
inner circle,
yeah. Close stories. But I think what happened was too many times, because this is what usually takes place when you're in radio. You forget like what's for air versus what's not for air. One too many times I mentioned waking up on a Saturday morning to just some shenanigans. Just like, wait, what was that? What was Jacob doing last night? Now it all makes sense.
Yeah, my first couple of years working at the station and trying to have like a nightlife.
He was out here.
It was something.
It was treacherous.
You learned quickly.
It was treacherous. But anyway, so we can't go into 2026 with this.
Oh,
You're getting the cut soon,
I'm
right?
absolutely going in 2026 like this. I don't plan on getting a cut. I didn't even plan on hitting my barber up.
Are you making a statement? Like, what is this? A no shave?
It's another job interview, Ty.
What's going on?
Clearly, it's not a job interview because they wouldn't hire me looking like this.
Oh, the interview is Don wants you to DJ as well. So what's the plan here? You're just gonna let it grow out?
Just let it grow out a little bit.
You want the braids back?
I don't want the braids back. It was a lot to manage. Also, takes a lot out of your scalp and everything. I think I'm gonna let it grow out, get a little mini fro maybe. We'll see.
I don't know if people know this, but when I was younger, so up until middle school, I had braids. And what forced me out of my braids was I went to a military middle school, and my principal told me I had to cut my hair. And embarrassingly, I cried. When he said, yo, you got to cut your hair, I dead ass cried. I was in the barber chair watching this beautiful head of nappy hair, because I'm black, we got nappy hair, fall to the ground, and I'm thinking, man, the end of an era. The end of an era.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of led me to cut my hair is because I got to the point I was just wearing it out like in a ponytail for like a month, maybe month and a half. Haven't seen my stylist. My stylist happened to work a day job, and it's like in the times that she was getting booked was evenings, and I wasn't getting off till like 7. She wasn't probably seeing nobody else for like the rest of the evening. So I was like, you know what? I've chilled long enough. The ponytail was cool. I've grew my hair for 5 years, coming off COVID hair too. So, so I finally.
That was a time, man.
So I was like, you know what? Time to let it go.
Barbers would let you pull up to their crib during COVID.
Oh, yeah. My barbers absolutely let me do it.
Yeah.
I just get lined up and walk right out.
Someone in the chat just said I'm too good looking for radio.
I think somebody in the chat confused me and you at one point.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because somebody said, I thought Ty was a skinny, white, 5'2" kid who used to be in the background, now has his own radio show.
Wait, so do you think that same person is talking about you when they say Ty is too good looking for radio?
No.
No?
They're definitely talking about you, but if we ever worked together, I think we got confused somehow.
Very interesting. People used to do that when Jacob and I would pick up the phone. And I felt racially charged.
I mean, I still kind of feel like that. Even times when Ty clearly is the host and I'm clearly the producer, and I say, hello, ESPN New York.
Like,
is this Ty?
Hey, Ty.
I got every name under the sun at some point. I got Chantel once.
Really?
I got Jacob.
That's disrespect.
I was Ray. Which Ray is the good?
Yo, but they're saying you sound like a woman.
I know.
A black woman at that. Yo,
hey, listen.
This white man sounds like a black woman.
Two of them.
Oh, man. 800-919-3776. I've been teasing this for a minute that I want to talk about the Jets. So let's take a break real quick because we are up against the clock. We come back. We talk some Jets. I'm trying my hardest because I don't want to be Anthony Pusick, who just wakes up and is always negative. Like, I want to find the positivity in things. I want to be optimistic. I just want to create a situation where it's like, all right, that's something I can be hopeful of. I just can't do it. But we'll talk about the Jets coming up next, right here on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
St. John's is back in action at home against Harvard. Coverage begins today at 5:40 on the ESPN New York app.
Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/ESPN right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/ESPN. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/ESPN.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain in the letter X.com/AI.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text AREA to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
In the city that never sleeps and never stops talking sports, ESPN New York is always on. Now you can live and breathe everything New York sports wherever you are. On your radio dial, on the ESPN New York app, and streaming live on YouTube. However you watch or listen, ESPN New York is always on for you. Hear us, stream us, watch us. This is ESPN New York.
I feel attacked by that last promo we played. It's like the New York station that never stops talking sports, and we just spent the whole last segment not talking any sports. So let's get back to sports. 800-919-3776. And we got into this a little bit last night on the New York Jets, who just, like, even in a season where you didn't have high expectations, somehow found a way to be disappointing. Like, how is it possible that I watched that game last night between the Colts and Niners and saw 44-year-old Phillip Rivers in just his second game in 5 years look better than any Jet quarterback has this entire season? Now, look, he threw a bunch of ducks, but that dude was balling. This past Sunday, the Giants, who stink, were competitive, had a game-winning drive potential. The Raiders, who might be even worse, were competitive against a playoff team and had a late lead against the Texans. The Browns hung in there and had a chance to steal a game against Josh Allen's Bills. And then, of course, we have the Jets, who made the Saints look like world beaters. Yo, seriously, if you had watched that game with someone who just didn't know anything about the NFL, all season long had not watched football, they'd say, you know what? All this talk about both conferences being wide open, why can't the Saints win the Super Bowl? Like, that's how good New Orleans looked against the Jets this past Sunday. Like the 85 Bears on defense and the 0-1 Rams on offense. It was so wild. And I want to say it was unbelievable, but it wasn't. Because if you know anything about this team and how bad they are, how poorly coached, how undisciplined they are, this is what you come to expect. Which brings us here. The people who are defending Aaron Glenn would love for you to believe this entire season is just like preseason, where like the results don't matter. Games were played, but you can't actually take anything from it. Can't judge them. It's year one. What can you expect? Like, they're building something. Hold on to the rope. Which, man, Aaron Glenn yesterday. Actually, let's replay it. His message to the fans.
To me, I will continue to say, like, just don't let go of the rope. Because there is a plan, there is a vision. From day one, we've been trying to set the foundation of what we want this team to be. And a lot of that is from in-house perspective for the most part. You still have a number of things that you have to go through as far as, man, making sure that everybody understands exactly what you're trying to accomplish when you, like, what type of team do you want to be. And our guys know that. They do. But listen, we have to continue to work on that. Between me and Moose, we got to continue to, like, players that we want. Like, that whole deal is something that we continue to look at. And for the fans, listen, it's going to be a tough road, and we knew that. But, man, the thing is, we know exactly what we're doing, and we do have a plan. And just don't let go of the rope. I would say that.
Contrary to what people would believe, I don't enjoy ripping this guy. I obviously am a fan of this team who wants to see them excel, but I can't be dishonest or disingenuous in my commentary. So when he sits there and he's trying to sell us on this vision that they have, him and Mooj, for this team, that vision could not have possibly included in year one firing your defensive coordinator before the season ended. It could not have included benching your quarterback 9 games into a season and having the owner of the team watch said quarterback be so bad he stood up in front of all these reporters in a hotel lobby and told you he stunk. Not only does he stink, I think he's the worst quarterback in football, and no one can win with that guy. This could not have been part of the plan. Part of that plan could not have included, in your last 3 games, getting waxed by 75 points against, which includes losses to the Dolphins, who after that benched their quarterback, and the Saints, who just 5 minutes ago were in the conversation for being the a team that could get the number 1 overall pick. So, look, as we sit here today, it's like every year we're doing the same segment. Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong, and none of it was by accident. None of it can be written off as just, well, what did you expect would happen for a first-year head coach? Well, I did not expect that defense that all last year we thought was talented but just wasn't well coached. I didn't expect that defense to get gashed the way that it has been all season long. And you can't sit here and tell me, well, they traded away 2 of their players at the deadline. They were awful before that. They stunk before that. So all of this is reason for any fan, rational or irrational, to panic, because there's nothing we've seen from this head coach, nothing he's quote-unquote put on tape that is inspiring or leads us to have any hope. Nothing whatsoever. And look, I get, because I'm part of the pro-tank crowd, I would like to not have to trade every single pick available to us to get the quarterback. But even with the loss being what's best for the team going forward, it's gut-wrenching watching them just get bludgeoned by the Saints. They're headed toward their 3rd 14-plus loss season in franchise history. And I can't find anything positive to take away going into what's a critical loss season, especially when, and I've made this point a couple times, like the defense for the Giants, if you want to have one, is, they played the toughest schedule in football. I mean, throw your hands up and whatever. What can you expect? The Jets are headed for a 14-loss season despite the 7th easiest schedule. Like, that is just hard to fathom. And then it's like, all right, turn the page on to next season. You take a look at the 2026 schedule for this team. And I understand when you're a bad team, every schedule looks tough. But they're playing the AFC West. That's a division that's going to send 2 teams to the playoff this year. And one of them might be the number 1 seed in Denver. And you also play the NFC North, another division with 2 playoff teams and another playoff contender. So it's not going to get any easier. Now, yes, the roster should improve and maybe you get your quarterback. But we're headed for another bad season, one that you hope can somehow, like, I guess, worst case scenario, parallel to what the Giants are experiencing, where, yes, we're losing football games, but at least we have the quarterback. But then it comes down to how much losing can you endure for a head coach, one without any experience, to where you say he just might not be the guy. He just might not be the guy. I guess I'm supposed to be excited about the upcoming draft, but it may not be in their hands. If you're picking behind the Raiders and the Browns, you're drawing dead. Those teams need quarterbacks, and unless you give the Giants this Godfather offer, you're kicking the can down the road again. And I've got no interest in Kyler Murray, Kirk Cousins, Mac Jones. Like, I'm good. I am all the way good on those guys. So miss me with that. Miss me with that. 800-919-3776. We take a break. We get back to your phone calls. Talk About It Tuesday coming up at 4:30. We're on the air until 5 o'clock. It's Ty Butler in for the guys on DHR, streaming live on YouTube and talking to you on ESPN New York.
Knicks fans, it's time to hit the court with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. Download the BetMGM app today and add a boost of excitement to every New York game day with same-day parlays, live betting options, player props, boosted odds specials, and the best daily promotions in the business. With the BetMGM app at your fingertips, you can experience the excitement of betting on your favorite players and get in on all the blue and orange action as your New York Knicks drive the lane. Find out why basketball fans love BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Gambling problem in New York? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
New York Presbyterian treats more heart patients than any other hospital in New York. From common to complex conditions, our cardiologists and heart surgeons are pioneers in advanced heart care, leading the way in minimally invasive treatments for faster recovery times. Find a doctor at nyp.org/heart. Stay amazing. New York Presbyterian. New York Presbyterian Hospital based on U.S. News and World Report 2025 to 2026 Cardiology, Heart, and Vascular Surgery Rankings.
To help those who want to be helped, but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
Discover a driving experience crafted to inspire. At Garden City Mazda, exceptional design and sophisticated performance come together. During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, lease the 2025 Mazda CX-5 for $229 a month for 33 months. Or the 2025 Mazda CX-50 for $239 a month for 33 months. Both with $49.95 due at signing. It's the Mazda More to Move You sales event at Garden City Mazda. At Garden City Mazda, expect the exceptional.
New York Lottery's holiday scratch-off games are the perfect gift for everyone on your list.
Like me, your Aunt Jules. I told you I didn't need a gift this year, but I secretly really want one.
Or me, your neighbor Frank. I hope you didn't forget I'm coming to your holiday party tonight.
Or me. Why does no one ever think of the voiceover guy? Anyway, New York Lottery's holiday scratch-off games have more winners and top prizes up to $5,000. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hey, this is Jalen Brunson.
Jalen Brunson for three.
And this is your home for New York Knicks basketball. This is 880 ESPN.
WHSQ and WCBS-FM HD2, New York.
Oh, let's get to it. 4 o'clock in the big city. Ty Butler going till 5. 800-919-3776. Hit me up at Ty D. Butler. We are streaming live on YouTube, so get at us in the comments. Someone just said, you're missing the point, Ty. Lewis, regardless of what happens this season, Glenn will be back next year. How am I missing the point? What I was saying was I don't have confidence in him. He obviously is coming back. We all know that. What I will say is he goes into next year coaching for his job, because if it looks as bad next year as it has this year, you can't bring him back for year 3. But I'm just giving you my view of what the current situation is as a passionate fan, and I just don't believe there's some turnaround based on the evidence provided to me. There's nothing tangible that I can grasp going into the offseason that gives me confidence that they're going to turn it around. But we shall see. I hope that I'm wrong. I'm rooting for the team to be good. It's amazing that the Patriots, since the Jets last made the playoffs, this is wild. Since the Jets last made the playoffs, the Patriots have won 3 Super Bowls and have gone through 2 different rebuilds. The Mac Jones rebuild and now the Drake May rebuild, and might be on their way to another Super Bowl. Like, could happen this year. It's on the table, right? Like, you wouldn't be shocked if the Patriots won the AFC. Like, just think about that. All of that has happened since the Jets last made the playoffs. It's just so bizarre, man.
How many rebuilds have we had?
It's a rebuild every 2 years. It's every 2 years. It's like, I just remember being so excited for Rodgers in that Buffalo game. And once the injury happens, you know what I did? I called Rick. I didn't know what to do. I called Rick. I needed a shoulder to cry on. I called Rick DPH. I'm like, yo, Rick, man. I just need somebody to talk to. I can't believe this happened. Speaking of Rodgers, by the way, I threw this at you guys in our pre-show email. If we cuddle, marry, trash the worst of these 3 options, and you're a Jet fan like myself, cuddle, marry, trash the worst of these 3 options, Super Bowl winners, and I give you Patriots, Bills, Steelers. How would you rank those? Cuddle, marry, trash. Worst of the options, Super Bowl winners.
Worst of the options would probably be
because the Steelers with Rodgers
and then Patriots and
Bills are.
I honestly, I would want probably the Bills out of those 3 to win the Super Bowl the most, and it probably would least affect me. The Patriots winning just because they're a hated division rival, and the Steelers with Aaron Rodgers, who we just had him on our team.
Could you imagine that?
If they go on to win a Super Bowl,
like immediately,
I might legit lose it.
Like, his Jet tenure is torn Achilles, 5-12. He then goes to Pittsburgh. They win the Super Bowl. That's how you know it's just not meant to be.
And it's not like we just, ushered him out the building. We booted him out after he paid for his
disrespect.
Yeah.
And I hated that. So you'd go, like, the worst of the options is Pittsburgh?
Worst of the options is Pittsburgh, yes.
Second would be
Patriots.
New England. Yo, that would be 4 Super Bowls for the Patriots since the Jets last made the playoffs. And now they've got a quarterback who, for the next decade, you've got to go up against, and he's just going to dominate you. The Bills. I'm trying to picture in my mind the Bills winning the Super Bowl. No, I can't do it. You know what affects this for me? I actually like Aaron Rodgers, so I'm rooting for this. And you can call me a fake Jet fan. I'm rooting for the Steelers to win the Super Bowl.
See, I like Aaron Rodgers too. I don't know if I'm rooting as much as I'm rooting for probably Josh Allen, maybe.
You can't be a Jet fan rooting for Josh Allen.
I mean,
you can't.
Listen.
Remember who Alan Hahn wanted in that draft?
He wanted.
We sat through those shows.
We sat. He was screaming to the mountaintops. He wanted Josh Allen.
Watching Wyoming in the Poinsettia Bowl.
Yo, he would text us. I know you guys are gonna find this lame, but it's Saturday night and I'm home watching Wyoming football. Josh Allen is the guy. We needed Alan Hahn in the war room, man. He was too busy doing Nick's sideline. Want to make dumb jokes with Jalen Brunson.
That was funny. Shout out to Chris Carlin, by the way, doing the Bush's Boca Raton Bowl of Beans right now.
Really?
On 1050.
Wow, that's exciting.
Yeah.
We don't want to send people elsewhere.
I said shout out.
Oh.
It's a 7-3 barn burner. Louisville and Toledo.
How would you feel, Jacob, if you turned around because Anthony Pusick put his thumb in your butt? What's that interaction like?
I don't even know how to answer this.
I got nothing.
First of all, if Anthony put a thumb on my butt, I know it's one out of character for him to do that.
We could do the ESPN New York draft rankings, most likely to put their thumb in someone's butt. Rick DiPietro's got to be number one overall pick.
He'd probably be number one, yeah.
But who's number two? Like, who's silly and goofy enough to do that?
I would probably say Don. Don will probably be on my list.
I wish we had a show on Wednesday. This could be a list.
He would only do it though to probably like someone he absolutely loved. He's not doing it to like a random Joe.
Yeah, because you don't want to put yourself in harm's way. HR, like we don't want to do that. But
I think that's HR on line 8 right now for me.
I think at some point, Anthony, just shock Jacob by.
I think I'm good.
Putting your thumb up.
I think I'm all good. But I appreciate the suggestion.
3776. Darren's in Newark. What's up, Darren?
Hey, what's up, Ty? Enjoy your work, bro.
Appreciate you, dog. What's going on?
All right now. Listen, man, I'm a lifelong Jet fan, man. Like over 50 years. And I'm a passionate fan. I really am. I really don't think you're going to like what I'm about to say.
Okay.
I really think
I
there's a
don't
chance.
like when people have to say. It gives us a chance to argue. I'm a big fan of that. But go ahead.
Okay, cool. After what happened last year with the Patriots, just being a football fan, seeing that guy get fired, I can't think of his name right now, the one that got fired after the first year.
And in New England, Gerard Mayo?
Yes. Yeah, Gerard Mayo, and then Steve Wilkes when he got fired from the Cardinals. I thought that I really didn't like it. But I could really see it happen, man. I really could. Especially if somebody like
Glenn
getting fired. I really could see it.
It can't.
Let me tell you why I say this.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason why I say this is because from what I'm hearing, the tea leaves with Harbaugh.
Oh, you're an insider. Okay, let me hear. You got some hardcore report. I thought you was about to make some news. We could make some news here. New York Post.
No, man, I just listen to Bart Scott all the time.
All right, so what's your John Harbaugh element to this?
I just think that there's a possibility. I mean, if Harbaugh was available, would you turn him down? Would you make that move?
I wouldn't, but the context to that, Darren, is once you allow Muji and Glenn at the trade deadline to part with two of your three best players, that told me all I needed to know about the security these guys had within the organization. And he's got a 5-year contract.
I get it.
So just by virtue of continuity, and I appreciate the call, Darren. Also, like, what would it say, and you can disagree with this, like, you can disagree with the decision to keep Glenn. What would it say about your conviction in a guy where you had this long, thorough process that led you here, where after 17 games, you're like, nah, I've seen enough, he stinks. What does that say about your processing? Again, I'm not defending them keeping him. What I'm saying is that's the reason why they're going to do it. 5-year contract. It just looks awful for the organization. And you brought up Gerard Mayo. What hurt Mayo was not only was the team bad, he just looked. You watched Patriot games last year. He looked overwhelmed. Game management, clock management, some of the issues Glenn has had, but you've got your quarter, and the team wasn't good. They had no weapons for Drake May. Their offensive line was bad. So they did a tremendous job rectifying a lot of those issues. But watch those Patriot games last year. You just felt like, yeah, this is not going to last. Quarterbacks getting killed. Patriot fans are booing them in the stadium. And then it was like the perfect storm because here comes Mike Vrabel. You're not going to pass at the opportunity to hire that guy. My man Kyrie calling from Jersey. Yeah. Jersey, what up?
Yo.
Hold on, time out. Esteemed author, Kyrie.
Oh, my God.
Esteemed author.
Oh,
my man got the children's books ringing off out here.
Yes, my brother, yes. Hey, if you're looking for a Christmas present last minute, Amazon, it'll get you there before Thursday.
Plug that, though. Plug that. What's the name of the book? Plug that.
The book is called You Can Do It All. It's a children's book, 0 to 7, but it's also for the parents, too. It's just a reminder about perseverance, believing in yourself. A lot of these transferable things when we talk about sports, man, about digging in deep and embracing the failure. So it's been a really, you know this offline, Ty, it's been a really, really big thing for me and my co-author, Do It All from Lords of the Underground, and we're traveling the country doing this thing. So thank you for acknowledging that, bro.
Of course, man. Listen, we got a lot of people driving around right now doing some last-minute Christmas shopping because they were, caught up in what was going on. So, hit up Amazon. You need a little children's book, little kids book. Can't go wrong. You can do it all. Shout out Kyrie,
yes,
man.
Appreciate you, man. I appreciate that so much, Ty. And I just wanted to say just really quick, more of just a comment about Aaron Glenn. And I agree with everything you're saying. And I mean, I want to root for Aaron Glenn. I want to root for the Jets just to have relevant football in New York. But he's always given me Joe Judge vibes from day one with the whole takeover and culture reset and all that. And I'm really disappointed to say that I think that's true. And I know he's coaching for his job next season rather, but I don't know, man. I think that's just maybe just not the guy, especially not for New York City.
Yeah, he did come in here doing all that talking, and what hurt him, Kyrie, is when you are a neophyte and you are in this market with this media conglomerate and the fans, you can't be out here pumping your chest out, talking reckless, being combative. That's never going to work for you. Now, to his credit, he's since corrected that behavior.
Yeah.
But off the rip, being like that, unprovoked, just made no sense to me.
Yeah, and you're right. He did course correct, and he has, I don't want to say softened because he's a man's man, he's a coach's coach, but off season, reset, new team, new players. If he comes in with that same energy, it's going to be Groundhog Day.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yo, Kai, I appreciate you calling in. Happy holidays to you and the fan. You can do it all. Shout out to you, bro.
Thanks to you and the beautiful family.
Shout out to you, man. I'll talk to you later. That's pretty cool, man, to see my man become an author. 800-919-3776. Dan's in Old Bridge. He wants to talk some Jets. What's up, Dan?
Hey, happy holidays, Ty.
Same to you, Brody. What's up?
Yeah, nothing much. Just wanted to just put a cherry on top of what you were saying. I mean, I was thinking about this and talking to my friends about it recently. Like, just look at what Ben Johnson is doing right now, and you could come back and say, oh, well, they got Caleb, Williams, and, look at Mike Vrabel. Like, all these guys we could have gotten, and yes, he has Drake May. But, like, these guys are coaching. And, like, I think it was someone earlier in the day, maybe Jake, who was saying, it's the way that the Jets are losing. Like, at least show me. Like, I know you're putting Brady Cook out there. I know, we're looking at a long-term plan. But at least put something a little bit more competitive out there, right? Like, you just made that point. It's like the same stuff every week. And my point, too, like I was going to say, is like, going into this draft and even like, 2026, 27, whatever, like, what has this coaching staff done to warrant any confidence in drafting and grooming a quarterback from what you've seen this year?
Dan,
my answer is nothing. I mean, I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I totally feel you, Dan.
Yeah.
I did not think it would be too much to ask for my defense to come up with one interception through 15 games.
It's insane.
I didn't think that would be too much to ask, but here we are.
Oh my gosh, Ty, is that still like an ongoing NFL record?
Oh no, it is. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it was.
It's the record now. Yeah, it's the record. And by the way, Dan, I'm rooting for them to go the entire season without one. It'd just be funny. It'd be the cherry on top.
You and me both. And one last quick point. It was funny too, man, because you remember, we all do. Everyone listening, when Aaron Glenn first got the job, what did he say? He said, "We're going to take the ball away. We're going to force fumbles. We're going to do this. We're going to do that." Not one interception. I think we have like 2 forced fumbles all season. It's just like, my guy, it's like if you're going to back up what you're saying, like you got to back it up, man. Even if you're not winning, just make it more competitive. That's all I'm saying. So,
yeah, I appreciate the call, Dan. Happy holiday. I think the number is 3 now, 3 forced fumbles, 2 here in the U.S., and then 1 in that London game. Because I think it was the Jags game, the Saints game, and then the London game against Denver. But yeah, it's been a disaster class. Checking 0 boxes in year 1 and having the team at no point show any progression. You're going to end the season with 3 wins, all 3 coming against backup quarterbacks. And you can say, and I guess this is an unfair thing to do, but if Burrow starts the Cincy game, you're not winning that one. I think if Shador were the quarterback of the Browns of that game, you were not winning that one. And Penix, if he's the quarterback of the Atlanta game, you're not winning that one. So if the teams had their starters out there, or in the Browns' case, a quarterback who should have been the starter, you're probably winless. Now you don't remove those wins because they happen, and teams pick up wins against backup quarterbacks all the time. But the point is, that's your resume this year. That's the work you have to. That's what you've accomplished this year. And I think it's embarrassing. Danny's in Elizabeth. What's up, Danny?
Hey, Ty, what's going on? Happy holidays to you and your family, man.
Same to you, man. What's going on?
Appreciate you taking my call. Listen, I know you're a Jets fan. I know you don't want to hear this, but I'm a diehard Giants fan. I wanted to see your opinion on if the Giants do grab the number 1 pick. I was going to see if possibly the Giants could persuade the Jets out of those picks and also persuade them to add in Garrett Wilson in that trade. What do you think?
Not happening.
Come on, man. Come on. Free Garrett Wilson.
Danny, here's the thing, Danny.
Yeah.
So with the number 1 overall pick, what would the Jets do with that pick?
Oh, grab Mendoza immediately.
Okay. So wouldn't you want to have a great receiver on on that end for Mendoza to throw passes to? Like, isn't that the best way to groom your young quarterback?
I get you, but Garrett Wilson deserves so much better, though.
No, he absolutely does. He absolutely does. But I mean, and I know you're doing this tongue in cheek. I appreciate the call, Danny. Any plan that involves we're going to draft the quarterback, but we're also going to trade our number 1 receiver is a bad plan. Fran is in Massapequa. He chimes in on the show. What's up, Fran?
What's up? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on?
Question before I get to my points. If you could work for all 4 teams you root for, if you could work for any one of those 4 teams, which one would you pick?
Wait,
I think it would be the Lakers.
What's the 4 teams? What's the 4th team?
You root for 4 teams. You don't hockey? You like hockey?
Well, I don't want to see. It would be disrespectful to call myself a Ranger fan. Because,
all right, but it's just 3 sports. Whatever you root for.
I root for the Rangers. But I'm not
who would you want
fan.
out of those 4 teams?
Who would I
know you're a Laker fan.
Who would I want to work for?
Which one would you pick to work for? Yeah.
That's tough, man.
Is it? I thought you would take the Lakers for the mystique.
Yeah, maybe. Working for do I want to work for Woody Johnson? Hell no. The Yankees.
No.
The Yankees are too damn stagnant. I don't want to work for them.
Oh, that's right. You're a Yankee fan. That's wow.
They're gonna try to get me to cut my beard and all that. Nah, I'm good.
Lakers, Yankees. No, I forget. I'm sorry. I forget.
And then the Jets. I'd probably pick the Lakers. Or if I really want to go, I definitely maybe Rangers. Maybe go work for the Rangers.
The Garden. Yeah, I'm an Islander fan, so I hate the Rangers, but that would be for you a great place. Just want to shout out my friend Vinny Cammy. He's a corrections officer. He was in the Marines, a corrections officer, and a bus driver. He passed away of cancer. Super duper guy, Ty. You would have loved him. He's a sports guy. I went to his wake today. He had 2 Jet helmets at his wake. Yeah, he's a super duper guy. Sad.
R.I.P.
61
man.
years old.
R.I.P.
Yeah. But the Bears now. Just gonna get ready.
Okay.
And Caleb Williams get a little better with his completion percentage. And now that we're in the playoffs, if they win this game next week, which I don't think they can, but if they beat the Niners, I'm betting 1,000 on the Niners. I have reverse psychology. I'll spend the 1,100 to have the Bears win or lose. I'll be happy.
Okay.
But I'll be sick of, you know what I mean. But what do you think? If the Bears win this game in 49ers, it's going to be tough. Their defense, their pass defense is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They just make things happen. Give a little opinion, please. Thanks, pal.
Yeah, so their defense is suspect, and their quarterback at times leaves a lot to be desired. But they've got an excellent running game. Ben Johnson is a tremendous head coach, and you're right, man. In fourth quarters, they're the best offense in the NFL in fourth quarters. So if the game is close because of what we've seen from Caleb Williams in these big spots, you got to trust them. My problem is, and this is part of it is like counterintuitive, but the Bears have 6 wins this season after trailing in the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. I'm not even trying to sound like a hater, but that stat actually makes me feel worse about them in the playoffs. So they've got the most wins in the NFL, trailing in the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. And on top of that, they also lead the league by a wide margin in turnover differential. I just don't think that with a quarterback who we just saw last Saturday for 3.5 quarters look suspect, I don't think that's a winning recipe. Having to rely on leading the league by a wide margin in turnover differential. You get to the playoffs, like the better teams aren't going to turn the ball over. Now, I get the Bears' defense deserves credit for being opportunistic in that regard, but living in you needed an onside kick to be the backup quarterback. Onside kicks that never at this point get converted, you needed that to happen. And I give Caleb credit. That fourth down pass, that touchdown, and then the overtime pass for 50 yards, give him credit for it. Because when he's cooking, he looks like one of the best throwers of the football in the league, and then he's got the mobility that just drives you nuts if you're a defense. How many times did you see Packers defenders getting into that backfield just frustrated because they couldn't take the dude down? He's that athletic. I just don't think that what they have going for them is a winning recipe. Like, if I had to bet one of these two things is going to happen, which one do you feel more confident in? Is it the Bears one and done, or them getting to the NFC Championship game? I'm going one and done. I just have reservations about how they play, how they flirt with danger. So they almost lost to the Bengals. Remember with Browning at quarterback. They have all of these almost losses. They almost lost to the Giants. Should have lost to the Giants. So yeah, I've got some trepidation about your Bears, friend. Let's hit Muhammad in Long Island. What's up, Muhammad?
What's going on, Ty? Man, it's always good to hear you filling in for the guys. Check it. I just wondered, because I know midway through the college season, we were saying, we don't know, who's really, which one of these guys could be the guy. And now here we are, and we're saying the Jets should trade their draft picks to try to get Mendoza. I'm not saying don't draft Mendoza if you have the opportunity, but I feel like it'd be better off to get either of the quarterback prospects that's coming out, and then use your 5 first-round draft picks over the next 2 years to fill out this team on the defensive side of the ball, and maybe get a pass-catching tight end, a dynamic one. That's just my philosophy of what I think the Jets should do. I don't see, when I look at Mendoza, I don't see
Wait, so what happens to Mason Taylor and Jeremy Ruckert, who they just inked a 2-year extension to?
I mean, I know Ruckert kid has promise, but I just look around the league, and when people compare the Jets to the Lions, so to speak, or what they could be, I look at a pass catching tight end like Sam Laporta, who made them dynamic. You know what I mean? Like when you see his presence not there this season, you see how much of a dynamic threat he is and what he does to that offense. That's what I just mean, like, as far as that.
I get you. So who's the quarterback that you want to acquire? Because they obviously need one next year.
Your producer just asked me this, and I said the same thing to him. Really what I wanted to build that quarterback room, I want to try to get Kyler Murray for maybe 2 seconds and maybe still draft one of these prospects. And now our quarterback room is solid and use our first-round picks, like I said, to build out that defense and the rest of this team. That's that would be the best-case scenario for me.
So Kyler Murray, who we saw
for what's available.
Hang on. We saw a couple of months ago say, like, one of the reasons he was struggling because he couldn't see over his damn offensive line. Like, that's the guy you want to be your quarterback on top of paying him the rest of his 5-year, $230 million contract? That's your best-case scenario.
I'm not saying it's without flaws, but these ideas of, hey, we'll give all of our draft picks away for Burrow, we don't know that Mendoza's going to be the guy. We don't know. You know what I mean? We have hope.
Wait, you said Burrow. Like, you'd rather have Murray over Joe Burrow?
No. I'd rather have Burrow. Of course not. Come on.
I don't know, man.
What I'm saying
suspect phone call so far.
I feel like it's far-fetched for the Jets to think, hey, we're going to give up our 5 first picks to get Burrow. I don't really see that happen in the future. Realistically, I do see us being able to get Kyler Murray, who, back to what you tried to say about him being not being able to see over his line, it still never stopped him from being a dynamic, dual-threat quarterback in this league. It didn't, Ty. And I understand what you're saying, what he said, and you're right, but it didn't. And what he brings to the table would be 50 times better than what the Jets have had over the last 15 years. Am I lying?
Yeah, but that is a low bar that you're setting, and I appreciate the call. I just a small quarterback who's always hurt, not going to get older and healthier on a big-time contract, that's just not what I would deem as my best-case scenario. Talk About It Tuesday coming up next. It is Ty Butler in for the guys on DHR right here on 880 ESPN and streaming live on YouTube.
There are a lot of reasons why people buy at Ramsey Mazda. It's their selection, it's their customer service, and it's their savings during the More to Move You event. Lease a new Mazda 2025 CX-50 2.5S Select with all-wheel drive for $199 for 36 months. Start shopping now at RamseyMazda.com. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda. Call 833-853-2970 for lease details. VIN SN385912. MSRP $32,795. Zero security deposit. Ends 1/2/26.
St. John's is back in action at home against Harvard. Coverage begins today at 5:40 on the ESPN New York app.
Knicks fans, it's time to hit the court with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. Download the BetMGM app today and add a boost of excitement to every New York game day with same-day parlays, live betting options, player props, boosted odds specials, and the best daily promotions in the business. With the BetMGM app at your fingertips, you can experience the excitement of betting on your favorite players and get in on all the blue and orange action as your New York Knicks drive the lane. Find out why basketball fans love BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Gambling problem in New York? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, New York and New Jersey, commitment issues? No problem. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $25 a month forever, as in for life. Switch now at boostmobile.com. After 30 gigabytes, you may experience slower speeds. Pay $25 a month as long as you stay on the Boost Mobile Unlimited plan.
The holidays are here, and Amazon Pickup is your MVP of package pickup. Need that perfect gift like a brand new jersey for the big game? With Amazon Pickup, you can grab your order from secure Amazon lockers or counters near you on your schedule at no extra cost. It's fast, it's easy, and it keeps your holiday surprises tucked safely away. So whether you're running from work or heading to the holiday party, Amazon Pickup makes holiday shopping worry-free. Find your nearest Amazon Pickup location at amazon.com/pickupmvp. That's amazon.com/pickupmvp.
Brees Hall, the eye back.
at the 5-yard line. Handoff, Brees Hall finds a crease, runs left. He's into the end zone for a Jet touchdown. Jets fans, come out to MetLife Stadium for a Week 17 divisional matchup. See the New York Jets host the New England Patriots Sunday, December 28th at 1 p.m. Presented by Ticketmaster. Lock in your seats now at nyjets.com/tickets. Once again, that's nyjets.com/tickets.
All right, let's take a look at the traffic with Brandy Scott.
Thanks so much, guys. Not an easy ride heading over to the outbound George. All of your approaches are heavy. Not even the Henry Hudson going to help you out. Deegan southbound right before the Cross Bronx. It's a broken down SUV in the left lane. Bumper to bumper from the Mosholu on down. Cross Bronx westbound, just crawling from the Bruckner on through. Inbound George, stick with the lower deck if you can. A crash on the upper level in the left lane. 15 to 20 minutes in building there. Outbound Lincoln, still your best ride at 15 to 20. Outbound Hahn, run you close to 30. Busy day for holiday travel, and you're feeling it on the Staten Island Expressway westbound, heading over to the West Shore. Delays go back across the Verrazano onto the westbound belt in Brooklyn from Flatbush Avenue. This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Visit mad.org. I'm Brandy Scott on 880 ESPN New York.
For over 100 years, Slomin's has been your trusted partner in comfort. When it comes to home heating oil, we deliver more than just quality fuel. We deliver peace of mind. With price protection, automatic deliveries, 24/7 service, and up to 30 days to pay your invoice. Our dedicated team is just a call away, ensuring you stay warm and comfortable all winter long. Slomin's, New York and New Jersey's largest heating oil provider, proudly serving our community for generations. Give us a call today at 866-GET-HEAT or visit oil.slomins.com.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Sometimes you just can't take it anymore.
You're done. I'm done.
This is Let's Talk About It Tuesday.
And it's a really this idiot
with Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg.
And today it will be with Ty D. Butler. Hit me up at Ty D. Butler on X, Instagram. Hit us up in the chat, man. We're getting it popping here on YouTube. 800-919-3776. Talk About It Tuesday, driven by Ramsey Mazda. Maybe I'll get some participation from my guys Pusick and Jacob Perry. We'll see. But I want to have a call to action, an honest conversation with the parents out there who I'm sure are driving in their cars, either on their way to vacation, family's home, or still in the midst of Christmas shopping. Because we got to talk about something very serious. Can y'all stop sending your kids to school sick? if your kid is sick, do not send him or her to school. For obvious reasons, it's reckless. If your kid has a fever, he should not be going to school. She should not be going to school. If your kid, how about this, has bumps on his hand that are symptoms of hand, foot, and mouth disease, that kid should not be going to school.
That's right.
It's reckless, which happened in my kid's school. I'm not going to obliterate them by putting the school out there, but this happened, so my kids ended up getting hand, foot, and mouth disease, which spoiled our Thanksgiving. Fast forward to today, it's the first time they were to go back to school because they then caught the flu. Well, how do you catch the flu? Because you got parents sending their kids to school sick. So can we stop being irresponsible? Can we stop being reckless? And I get, because someone said this to me, well, yeah, you got to feel for the parents who have no other option because they've got to go to work. Listen, I feel for you. I empathize with you. But you got to figure something out. Your sick kid, the only way your sick kid gets better is by staying home. And then what you put yourself in, your kid's position, what you put that kid in position to do is infect other kids, which then takes out the entire class, which then puts parents in precarious situations who can't afford to miss work because now their kid is sick. So you've got, teachers who already aren't making enough money to satisfy their own responsibilities and what they're doing. That's one of the issues our country has. We don't pay teachers enough. On top of putting together lesson plans and curriculums, they got to deal with kids sneezing and coughing and all over the place. You know what happened? So one of the teachers in this school that Noah and Maverick go to, she faked her daughter being sick because she just did not feel comfortable being around the chaos of all these sick children. So and this was wild. I had never seen something like this before. She photoshopped her daughter having bumps on her hand. She's like, my daughter has hand, foot, and mouth disease. I can't come in. And the school bought it. Obviously, you're not going to think that this teacher is lying about her daughter. But that's how serious it was. She was like, I don't feel comfortable being in this environment. So one of the teachers is wearing a mask. This one teacher's faking that her daughter's sick using Photoshop. It's just reckless out here, man. What are we doing? What type of society is this? So all of that to say, we got to be better as parents. And I'm not one to impugn the actions and the behavior of parents. I don't feel like I, have the power to do that. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I just think that in this instance, we got to chill out because that's just crazy. That's just crazy. In the comments, a lot of people agree with me. A lot of people agree with me. Child care should be a government service, but people would prefer chaos. Some dude is being nasty. He's like, as a guy with no kids, I don't give a bleep about your sick kids. Keep them away from me. That's just nasty and rude. Why we got to be like that? But anyway, that is my public service announcement in this holiday season. As you gather around with your families and you create a list of, all right, what do I want to be better about in 2026? Let's put that on the list. If you got a New Year's resolution, let's be more responsible as parents.
Well, health is always wealth. And I'm hopefully not only as parents, but, not only take care of yourselves, but take care of your kids.
Yeah, come on, man. Don't be having them out in the wild, in the wilderness like this, in the trenches.
Because once I start seeing not even just a child, but a person wiping their snot, and I can hear the snot coming, I'm like, oh, you know what? I need to back up.
How about when you're outside, and this is one of the worst optics, and you'll see a parent bundled up, coat on, hat on, and the kid's got no jacket on. So you're like, this looks off.
It's just not right.
There's something wrong about what I'm watching here. Man, we got to be better. We have to be better. Talk About It Tuesday, driven by Ramsey Mazda. It's the experience of driving a new Mazda and buying a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda. I got to throw a sport one in here. I don't know if you guys saw this go viral overnight. Draymond Green, in the middle of a game, just decided, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm good. I'm taking the rest of the day off. You remember Michael K used to do the whole, maybe it's time for me to go?
That's what he did.
That's what Draymond Green did. Draymond Green lived out his Michael K. Was like, maybe it's time for me to go. Got into a little bit of an argument with the head coach of his team, Steve Kerr. Decided, I'm good. I'll see y'all later. Here's Draymond Green on what happened between him and Steve Kerr.
Temper spilled over, and I just thought it was best that I get out of there. I don't think there was a situation where it was going to get better. So it was just best to remove myself. That's it.
Think about that for a moment. That sounds like the explanation he could have about some type of a dispute between him and Kevon Looney, or him and Jimmy Butler, him and Jonathan Kuminga.
And Jordan Poole.
Let's listen to this, right? Listen to what Draymond says here and picture for a moment like he got into it with a player.
Temper spilled over, and I just thought it was best that I get out of there. I don't think there was a situation where it was going to get better. So it was just best to remove myself. That's it.
Sounds good until we learn he's talking about his head coach. He's talking about his head coach. And to your point, Jacob, wish you would have had this type of mentality at the beginning of the 2023 season when your team's trying to defend the championship, and you found it in you to punch Jordan Poole dead in his face, knock him out. This should have been your mentality back then. And maybe the Warriors go back to back.
Maybe even further than with KD.
Yeah, maybe with Kevin Durant in that game in Sacramento, instead of yelling at him, we didn't need you, we won without you, this could have been on your mind. This could have been something you said. How about the 2016 finals when you got ejected because you couldn't control yourself, and now all of a sudden your best man, your best friends with the guy you punched in the groin? It just looks weird. I get the clutch sports thing. But anyway, if this Draymond Green...
Temper spilled over, and I just thought it was best that I get out of there. I don't think there was a situation where it was going to get better. So it was just best to remove myself.
If that Draymond Green had showed up as mature as he sounds there in the 2016 finals, in the 2019 regular season, in the 2023 regular season, maybe the Warriors would have 3 more championships. What an absolute embarrassment. And by the way, I don't feel bad for Steve Kerr. Because here's the thing. If you don't condemn it, you condone it. This guy's been acting like this for a decade. And I actually thought it got to a point where a couple of years ago he's a free agent. Oh, he's done. They're not re-signing him. This thing's over. We'll reset around Steph. They gave him $100 million. And he hasn't changed, which is why this is so funny to revisit. After he had gotten suspended for shockingly bad behavior led to a Draymond Green suspension, here was Draymond post-suspension, and this is 2 years ago. Adam Silver convinced him not to retire.
I had a conversation with Adam Silver, commissioner of our league. I just told him, Adam, it's too much for me. Like, this is too much. It's all becoming too much for me, and I'm going to retire. And Adam said, you're making a very rash decision, and I won't let you do that. We had a long, great conversation, very helpful to me. Very thankful to play in a league with a commissioner like Adam, who's more about helping you than hurting you, or helping you than punishing you, or he's more about the player.
Well, that help didn't last too long, did it? Because Draymond Green is still doing Draymond Green things. Draymond Green, who, by the way, I don't know how many people listening or watching pay attention to Warriors games, but anytime Steph Curry's not playing, Draymond Green's like, yeah, I'm not playing. I'm not playing.
It's either he's on the DNP already or he's checking out early for getting ejection.
Yeah, he's getting ejected. It's in his contract. I don't play without Steph, which gives credence to a lot of. I've had debates with people who call in because Knicks fans don't like Draymond Green for obvious reasons. He's always got something to say about their team. They're like, he wouldn't be a Hall of Famer if he wasn't in Golden State. Well, he did play in Golden State, but it gives a lot of people ammunition to run with that narrative that you're just like a system guy when you behave that way. Oh, Draymond Green.
I don't know.
Frustrating.
I don't know if you ever saw. It's a meme going around, but it's like Steph like walking around and he has a book bag on, and the book bag is Draymond Green. That's
Like
essentially what it
carrying
is.
him, right?
Exactly.
Yo, the fact that the Warriors, and I know we got to hit a break here, never suspended Draymond after he punched Jordan Poole in the face was mad disrespect. Yo, could you imagine Alan Hahn just punches Chris Carlin in the face, and John's like, yeah, no punishment, no consequence. We're good. Could you imagine that Ray Santiago knocks Pusick the hell out, just knocks him out cold? No consequence, no punishment. It's all good. That fractures the radio station because it's like set a precedent. You either condemn it or you condone it. We take a break, wrap the show next right here on 880 ESPN and streaming live on YouTube.
St. John's is back in action at home against Harvard. Coverage begins today at 5:40 on the ESPN New York app.
Listen up, New York. It's football season, and you should be out there enjoying every play, every tailgate, every moment. But if you're dealing with neck pain, back pain, joint pain, or sciatica, even getting off the couch can feel like a challenge. That's where Dr. Jay Shaw at Sandwell Pain comes in. He's one of New Jersey's top pain specialists, Ivy League trained, double board certified, and dedicated to getting you back in the game. Here's the difference. No surgery, no scars, no long recovery, no pain medication. Just precise, non-surgical, image-guided procedures that get real results. Dr. Shaw treats everything from neck pain, back pain, migraines, nerve pain, and chronic joint pain. And he builds a custom game plan that's right for you. Same day or next day appointments are available with offices in Woodbridge, Livingston, and Inglewood. And yes, most major insurances are accepted. So don't let pain keep you on the sidelines this season. Go to SandwellPain.com to call, text, or book online. Relief is closer than you think, and it starts today.
There are a lot of reasons why people buy at Ramsey Mazda. It's their selection, it's their customer service, and it's their savings during the More to Move You event. Lease a new Mazda 2025 CX-50 2.5S Select with all-wheel drive for $199 for 36 months. Start shopping now at RamseyMazda.com. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda. Call 833-853-2970 for lease details. VIN SN385912. MSRP $32,795. Zero security deposit. Ends 1/2/26.
Some stages celebrate. This one tests everything. Every drive, every approach, every putt. Pressure builds. Resilience matters. And history waits for the bold. In June, the 2026 U.S. Open Championship returns to the Hamptons at the iconic Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. Experience the world's best golfers competing on one of the sport's most storied stages. Don't just watch greatness, experience it live at the 126th U.S. Open. Daily tickets are available now on SeatGeek.
There are small risks in life, like giving a kid a football to play with in the house.
Whoa, watch out for the... Okay.
And then there are big gambles, like giving a kid a lottery ticket. Never gift a lottery ticket to a person under 18. Learn more about how to gift responsibly during the holidays at playresponsiblyny.com. Please gift responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope. It's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Knicks fans, it's time to hit the court with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. Download the BetMGM app today and add a boost of excitement to every New York game day with same-day parlays, live betting options, player props, boosted odds specials, and the best daily promotions in the business. With the BetMGM app at your fingertips, you can experience the excitement of betting on your favorite players and get in on all the blue and orange action as your New York Knicks drive the lane. Find out why basketball fans love BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Gambling problem in New York? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Party time. Oh, I love it. All right, let's hit y'all real quick with a little game time. Brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, because y'all know when it's game time. Oh.
It's Tully time. It's Tully time.
Shout out to Rosenberg and LaGreca. The Knicks visit the T-Wolves. Coverage immediately following Pat O'Keefe. More on him in a moment. At 7:30 right here on 880. The Rangers travel to D.C. My man Pusick going to be locked in on this game to face the Capitals. Coverage on 10:50 starting at 6:30. Got St. John's hosting Harvard with coverage on ESPN New York, the app, starting at 5:40. Isles Devils at UBS Arena at 7. And if I'm not mistaken, both Don and Allen will be in attendance for that game.
That's what I've heard.
That's pretty cool. And the Nets, that's still a thing, huh? Nets Sixers in Philly at 7. Tullamore Dew, the original triple distilled, triple blend, and the triple cast matured Irish whiskey. Be sure to grab a Tullamore Dew or try the new Tullamore Dew honey during today's action. Glasses up to enjoy Tullamore Dew responsibly. I joke about the Nets. Once the Cavs thing falls apart, I'd like to see Donovan Mitchell get traded to Brooklyn. So I want to be first on that. Pat O'Keefe is going to be taking over from 5 to 7:30. Then he will be doing the pregame show for the Knicks and the Wolves. It's been a minute. Happy holidays to my man Pat O'Keefe. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. It's great to catch up with you. It has been a minute. How are things?
I think we're coming up on the 2-year anniversary of us doing the RJ Barrett segment that ended up leading him to get traded. That I obviously won and you
so now
lost.
This has evolved over time. So now we've taken it to the level of your side of the argument is actually the reason for the OG Anunoby trade.
Listen.
One of the great trades of the century for the Knicks.
So now you're going to do that, huh? Like you wanted.
Well, it's the same trade.
Yeah, but you wanted RJ Barrett to, you thought he was going to be the superstar. He gets traded. I was just going to say, Leon Rose, from sources have told me, was driving around listening to that segment. He's like, you know what? That's a good idea. Let me trade him to the Raptors. And the Knicks are better for it.
Knicks are better for it. And RJ's still a 20-point-a-game guy.
Jalen Brunson,
a little more efficient.
Top 3 MVP candidate. Like, if I'm doing my ballot right now, I'd have SGA. Just the team is too good. Jokic, he's phenomenal. Brunson's up there with those two guys for the MVP right now. I know it's still early, but he's just been phenomenal, man.
Yeah, and I mean, they're so far ahead of everybody else still, though, SGA and Jokic. And, what do you do with Luka, right? Because the Knicks are a better team than the Lakers. The point differential indicates that. but you have to take into account that this guy's averaging 34 points a game. So that's a pretty strong MVP candidacy as well. And then there's also Cade Cunningham because, he's doing a lot of the things that Brunson's doing. He's leading a team that technically, I don't think they're better than the Knicks, but the standings right now say that they are. So you got to give him a shout out too.
The argument against Cade, I think, would be, like, as great as he's been, sometimes these awards, and we saw it in the NFL last year with Josh Allen, come down to narrative and it's your time. So you're right on the Luka part. Like, Luka's never won an MVP. If the Lakers continue to be a top 3 team in the West and he's averaging what he's averaging, he'll get the benefit of the doubt. And Brunson, if we're doing the head-to-head with Cade, even if the Knicks finish as the 2 seed, Brunson's been better for longer. They're coming off of a conference finals appearance. I think all of that stuff tends to, like, matter in these MVP conversations.
And God knows his coach has been banging the drum for him every press conference, touting Brunson as an MVP candidate, which is great. I mean, he's coaching him for the first time. He's obviously an effervescent guy, just getting to know Jalen Brunson. And he's as good as ever, Brunson. But just in terms of most valuable player, there's so much depth in that category in the league. It's really tough to break through in that group of the top 2 guys.
So can I throw a quick football question at you?
Yeah.
We did this earlier. Cuddle, marry, trash, and I guess the wording's a little off, but cuddle, marry, trash. Like, what's the worst of the options as far as, like, Super Bowl winners if you're a Jet fan? I give you Steelers, Patriots, Bills, all 3 teams that will be in the playoffs, all 3 teams to, in any order you pick to, win the AFC. What's, like, the worst case scenario if you had to order those?
It's hard for me to answer this like you because I'm not invested in the Jets as you are. That being said, I think for me the clear answer is the Patriots. They lapped you on the rebuilds. They almost lapped you twice. And I think I heard you make this point like an hour ago. The Mac Jones, they did get to the playoffs with him, but they've lapped you on the rebuild. New head coach, new quarterback. And not only are they back in the playoffs, but they're back to being at the top of the division and no end in sight for the Jets. So I think that's clearly the worst. Obviously there's the Rodgers thing. I've always liked the Bills. I went to college in Western New York, so it's hard for me to say that would be bad. Again, I'm not coming at it from the point of a Jets fan, except to say that I think the Patriots are that would be would that be marry or would that be trash? I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be marry.
Right,
I've worded it incorrectly, but I just, how insane is that? Since the Jets last won a playoff game, the Patriots have won 3 Super Bowls, and now they're on their 2nd rebuild. It's just nuts.
Come on.
Pat O'Keefe coming up next. It was great talking to you, man. Hopefully we get to do this some more.
I hope so.
What you got coming up for us? Let's give the people a little.
Yeah, I'll be here. In the show, yeah. We got to talk more about the Giants and Jets because I'm looking at my calendar last year on my notes from the shows that we did together this time last year. I'm not really sure anything's better. In fact, I know it's not, and in a lot of cases, it's worse than it was, which is almost hard to believe, Ty.
Well, enjoy the show, man. Enjoy the pregame
Happy
show.
holidays.
Happy holidays
Good
to
seeing
you.
you,
I will talk to you soon. Pat O'Keefe's coming up next. Shout out to all of the callers, the audience on YouTube, my guys, Jacob and Anthony, for a tremendous job. I will talk to you guys tomorrow from 10 to 2. I'll be in with Bart Scott doing Bart and Carlin. But happy holidays to all of you. Pat O'Keefe coming up next right here on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
There are a lot of reasons why people buy at Ramsey Mazda. It's their selection, it's their customer service, and it's their savings. During the More to Move You event, lease a new 2025 Mazda CX-30 2.5S all-wheel drive for $159 for 36 months. Start shopping now at RamseyMazda.com. Choose wisely, choose Ramsey Mazda. Call 833-853-2970 for details. VIN SM839072. MSRP $26,690. Zero security deposit. Ends 1/2/26.
880 ESPN, WHSQ, and WCBS-FM HD2, New York. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, let's take a look at the traffic with Brandy Scott.
Thanks, guys. Probably want to give yourself a generous head start if you're heading over to the UBS Arena tonight. Islanders are hosting the Devils. Already packed on the Cross Island southbound, heading over to Hempstead Turnpike. Stop and go ride there. Delays go back across the Throgs Neck Bridge onto the Bronx side. Slow crawl on the BQE eastbound, heading into Queens. Right lane accident right before the Kosciuszko Bridge. Solid delays there from the Williamsburg Bridge in Brooklyn. Heading over to the outbound George, best of it right now, Henry Hudson. Second choice southbound Deegan. Pockets of delays there from the Mosholu on down. They picked up that broken down SUV right before the Cross Bronx. Inbound George, accident cleared on the upper deck. Still about a 15 to 20 minute ride. Outbound Lincoln Orania 20 to 30. Outbound Holland close to 40. This report is sponsored by the New York City Department of Transportation. Speeding ruins lives. Drivers, watch out for pedestrians and cyclists and slow your turns to less than 5 miles an hour. I'm Brandy Scott on 880 ESPN New York.
Brees Hall, the I-back, at the 5-yard line. Handoff, Brees Hall finds a crease, runs left. He's into the end zone for a Jet touchdown. Jets fans, come out to MetLife Stadium for a Week 17 divisional matchup. See the New York Jets host the New England Patriots Sunday, December 28th at 1 p.m. Presented by Ticketmaster. Lock in your seats now at nyjets.com/tickets. Once again, that's nyjets.com/tickets.
D'Agostino, law, bite back. I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK.
They call me The Closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve.
D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
All right, taking the baton from Ty Butler, Pat O'Keefe with you, and I'll be with you the rest of the way as you get yourselves home this evening ahead of the Christmas Eve, Christmas couple of days here in New York City. Hope everyone's doing well. Knicks basketball tonight at 7:30. I'll have that for you as well. Tyler Murray, Wally Zerbiak on the call. Wally back in Minnesota where he enjoyed some success as an NBA player. That's fun. Good matchup between two of the top teams in the NBA. We won't see two of the top players in the NBA. No Jalen Brunson tonight in this new Knicks world under Mike Brown. No OG Anunoby either. So it's the last couple of games you're starting to see a starter or two, not necessarily like the Deuce McBride and Landry Shamet who are injured, but we're starting to see a little bit of the load management or maintenance that the other teams have been experiencing all of these years that the Knicks certainly did not in the 5 years under Tom Thibodeau. It's part of the plan to get the Knicks to the next level. Will it work out? We'll see come May and hopefully June. 1-800-919-3776, the number. We'll talk about the Knicks as we go on and some other NBA stuff. Knicks playing, of course, on Christmas Day. Interesting matchup against a very disappointing Cleveland Cavaliers team. A lot of talk so far today about football and, the local teams. And I was mentioning in my brief interaction with Ty, probably the first one we've had on air in about a year. Always good to catch up with him. But, thinking back to last Christmas or Christmas week, right? Literally this time 1 year ago, where the Jets with 2 games to go, were 4-11. They were on their way to 5-12, and we knew major changes were coming. They had already fired the general manager. They had already fired the head coach. They were playing under an interim head coach who had no chance of retaining that job. You had a pretty good feeling they were going to move on from Aaron Rodgers and the quarterback position would be different. Saleh was prematurely fired. It was a panic firing when the team started 2-3 with all of those expectations. Jeff Ulbrich came in. He was a disaster. But on top of all of that, en route to 4-11 last year, the Jets lost legitimately 5 games that they literally threw away with 2 hands. That Denver game in the rain at home. There was a New England game where they were still in the playoff hunt. There was a Miami game. There was a Seattle game. There was an Indianapolis game. I mean, it was a disaster. Whereas the silver lining you took away as a Jets fan after last season was if they had some semblance of competent head coaching, you win at least, 3 of those games, right? So the Jets finished 5-12 last year. Flip 3 of those 5 games that they gave away due to poor execution and coaching down the stretch. You're looking at an 8-9, possibly 9-8 team, a team that at least through December, through this time of the calendar year, can consider itself still in the hunt to reach the playoffs. All right? So not that far away. Okay? Good defense, emerging skill position players, 1 wide receiver, 1 running back. Let's just figure out the the quarterback situation, whether it's Rodgers, whether it's somebody else. Let's get a competent, no-nonsense head coach here who knows what he's doing. And this could be, a stepping stone. We are not that far away. That was the feeling for the Jets last year. All right? Now, 4-11 last year, they're 3-12. And they're finishing 3-14. They're not beating New England. They're not beating Buffalo. Both of those teams are infinitely better, and they need those games down the stretch. Those games are not only going to be Jets losses, those games are not going to be close games at all. All right? So my question is, how 12 months later, I asked this rhetorically to Ty, but I'll ask you, how is it worse? How is it worse than it was last year? This was not supposed to be a total rebuild. This was a team that 2 years ago was 7-10 and lost a couple of really tough games, and they did that without their starting quarterback. And then last year, yes, 5-12, but 5 just losses that are hard to fathom. Like mathematically, it was almost impossible for the Jets to show the level of incompetence that they did to lose each and every one of those 5 games. But somehow, congratulations, they were able to accomplish it. The silver lining, though, the bright spot, if you will, was that they weren't that far behind. They weren't that far away. They just needed to figure out the quarterback position. Granted, easier said than done. And they needed to bring the right guy in as the head coach. And they took a big swing at both of those positions, and they missed badly. They swung and missed badly. They've already admitted defeat with Justin Fields. We haven't seen or heard from him in weeks, thankfully, because he was painful to watch on the field. He was never the right guy. Justin Fields can go in. Justin Fields needs Kyle Shanahan, the 49ers offensive line, Christian McCaffrey, and all of those other weapons, and the 49ers defense, and Robert Saleh as a defensive coordinator. And then maybe Justin Fields can win you 9 or 10 games. But he's not coming into a team and lifting it to another level. That's not who he is. He's never been that in the NFL. So they whiffed on that. And listen, Glenn's going to get another crack at this in all likelihood. But if this was like another time, and we didn't have this rash of quick turnover in the NFL, I do think it's becoming an epidemic where, it did start with Steve Wilkes in Arizona a couple of years ago, where he had Josh Rosen as his rookie quarterback, who was a disaster. Wilkes got one bite at the apple. He was let go after 1 year. They brought in Cliff Kingsbury, who had a little bit of success. They brought in Kyler Murray. They basically had the opportunity to pick first, grab the Heisman Trophy winner, and completely clean house. But that kind of started a trend of this one and done as an NFL head coach. That was never done, ever, right? Guys used to get 5 years. Then they got 3 years. And now, in most cases, you get a minimum of 2 years. But that worked to some degree of success because the Cardinals actually had some moments and got to the playoffs. It's been a resounding success in New England this year. And that was a perfect storm, though. You had Gerard Mayo, who was so bad as the head coach of the Patriots last season. And you also had Mike Vrabel, a known commodity, former Patriot, had a lot of success as a head coach in Tennessee, wanted the job. And the only good thing that came out of last season for the Patriots was Drake May clearly showing that he is a this is last year now, more than adequate starting quarterback in the NFL. So why wouldn't a guy like Mike Vrabel want that job? Well, Vrabel jumped at it. They moved on from Mayo, and look where they are right now. But that's becoming like a little bit of a trend, and I do think the NFL teams want to avoid that. First of all, it's expensive. You sign these head coaches to 4 and 5 year contracts. You let them go after a year. You're on the hook paying at least 2 head coaches millions of dollars for 3-4 years at a clip. I understand these guys seemingly have endless money, but rich people don't get rich by setting their money on fire. And NFL owners are rich, all right? So they want to avoid that at all costs. The Giants, the only reason Brian Daboll came back this year was because John Mara hired Ben McAdoo, who didn't even make it 2 full seasons. And then Pat Shurmur, 2 seasons, gone. Joe Judge, 2 seasons, gone. Daboll bought himself time going to the playoffs his first season. The next 2 seasons were so bad that if the Giants didn't have that recent history of 2 and out for their previous 3 head coaches, Daboll would have been gone. That's the only reason they brought him back this year. And that's going to be the only reason the Jets bring Aaron Glenn back next year. There's a couple of other reasons. He's a Jet, right? So there's a relationship to the organization. You know, he's got the strong relationship with some influential people throughout the NFL. And he's been an influential person throughout the NFL. He was a good player. He was a good defensive coordinator on some very good teams recently. Listen, the credentials, I don't fault the hire based on the credentials. The fact that he is tied to the organization and the success that his defenses had in Detroit the last couple of years, right? But sometimes when you know, and I'm sorry, but if there's anybody out there that's like really excited about year 2 under Aaron Glenn and thinking that, yeah, he took some lumps and it's a rebuilding situation, but he's got to get his footing under him, and next year it's going to be a different story. Is that really what we think? Because what I think is he's not right for this job, and they're going to bring him back, and that's going to set them back another year. They started this season with a brand new head coach and a brand new quarterback, and they not only missed on both of them, they missed badly on both of them. And that's why where it seemed like last year things couldn't get worse for the Jets, it's worse somehow. And again, that is almost hard to do. That's almost as hard to do as losing those 5 games last year. The offense is worse. The defense is what you would hang your hat on, right? When Zach Wilson and Mike White were the starting quarterbacks, I mean, that seems like a lifetime ago. That was 2 seasons ago. When Zach Wilson and Mike White were the starting quarterbacks in 2023, when Rodgers had ruptured the Achilles in the first game, and the Jets were, in the playoff hunt before they lost their last, 5 games of the season. They were in the playoff hunt because of their defense. Their defense was the reason why Aaron Rodgers wanted to come to New York and play anyway, because he's like, they're only missing me. Well, where is that defense now? It's a joke. They just gave up, what did they give up? 40 points, 34, whatever. It doesn't even matter. I can't even stay in it to the end of these games, which is the overall my level of frustration as a football fan here in New York, is the fact that this is, when you take the Jets and you combine them with the Giants, I mean, it is like Groundhog Day. I know that's like a cliche to say, but seriously, every single year we get to December, we have 2 football teams, right? So the odds of us here in New York getting to enjoy a fun season one way or another should be double what it is in pretty much every other market except for Los Angeles, right? We've had one fun NFL season in like a decade. How is it possible that the 2 teams that play in the same freaking building, an awful building, by the way, an awful building, it's overpriced, it's hard to navigate, it's ugly, it's not comfortable, and that's not even getting to what's going on the field. Then you add that into it. How is it that we have 2 teams in the same building that flip a coin, 1 or 1A, have been by far the most inept franchises in the NFL for the last 8 years? How is that possible? I mean, you talk about mismanagement at the highest level. And here we are again, playing out the string. If you're a Giants fan this week, in years past, you desperately want your team to lose, so you hold on to that number 1 pick. Remember, the Giants, and I haven't even really gotten to them yet, but they're worse off, it seems, than a year ago also. This time last year, the Giants were 2-13, and they were in possession of the number 1 overall pick, needing a quarterback, all right? And that was the game where Drew Lock went out and beat the Indianapolis Colts, and the Giants fans were livid. Giants fell to the number 3 overall pick, picked a talented guy out of Penn State in Abdul Carter, who's had a checkered rookie season, but certainly no reason to give up on him yet. Giants are in the same spot this year, 2-13, holding the number 1 pick. I guess if you're a Giants fan, it's a little different because you feel that you have your quarterback now. And I think that you do, okay? 2 weeks ago, I was saying that much more definitively. You have your quarterback. I don't need to see anything else from Jackson Dart. He's the guy. But the last 2 or 3 weeks, and if you want to take it back even further to when he got the concussion and had to leave the game against Chicago, yes, the first 5 or 6 weeks of Jackson Dart were incredibly exciting. I mean, the swagger, the opening drive touchdowns, the way he just kind of laid it out there, hurting you with his arm, hurting you with his legs. He really did, for like a month and a half, inject a lot of life into this organization. But the caution I always give to NFL teams who pick at the top of the draft, who just feel that they need to pick the best quarterback and they're going to plug him in and it's going to be all good. The caution is, if you are in the wrong situation, your career can be derailed before it's even had the chance to take off. And the last 3 or 4 weeks, between the injuries and the additional visits to the blue tent for Jackson Dart, now you're starting to see the frustration. He hasn't said anything inappropriate yet, but you can clearly see the frustration from him after these games when he's at the podium. I'm not sitting here today on December 23rd saying 100% the Giants have their quarterback for the next 10 years. I was saying that 2-3 weeks ago with excitement, with glee. All right? I'm not saying that right now. I think that this incompetent organization and this awful leadership from Joe Shane to Brian Daboll, now Mike Kafka, and the whole other cast of characters, I think they're taking a toll on him, and they're beating him down. So while I opened by talking about the Jets, a lot of the same stuff can apply to the Giants. I mean, we just went through a whole year. You know, it's the end of the year. It's the holiday season, whatever holiday you celebrate this time of year. New Year's is a week plus away. this is time for humans to kind of like take stock in the last year. What did I accomplish? What do I want to accomplish this year? Am I better off at the end of 2025 than I was at the end of 2024? How is it possible that the Giants and the Jets were as bad could be at the end of 2024, and here we are as we approach the end of 2025? Each team is arguably somewhat worse. How is that even possible? And where is the hope? This is also supposed to be the time for hope. Eternal hope, all of that stuff. Where is the hope? Jets don't have a quarterback. Giants are doing everything they can to knock the swagger out of their quarterback. And here we are again, just another Sunday coming up where whatever team you root for, they're just playing out the string. It's awful. It's as bad as it possibly can be. 1-800-919-3776. Let's go to the phones and start with OG in Sacramento. OG, what's going on, man?
Hey, good afternoon, guy. And listen, let me just say this, and if you have a moment just to indulge me, because I haven't been able to get on with you guys since you got the YouTube thing hooked up. But anyway, I'm an old school Jet fan. Like, I go back to the beginning. Harry Weissmer, owning the team, and the financial houses with that, and then he sold it. And I'm truly, maybe because of my upbringing, my people are from the islands, and I believe in spiritual stuff. I mean, just like I say, just indulge me here. That the curse of Joe Namath. Let's look at the whole thing. Put yourself in that period of time. I witnessed that. I mean, from the beginning. So, I mean, all the crazy stuff. We've had great players come through the organization. I mean, some great coaches and stuff like that. And stuff like, I mean, think of the Belichick stuff. Or even, I'm a believer that stuff starts at the top. And I do believe in the curse of Joe Namath. Look at the ridiculousness of the Johnson family. It starts with them. Hey, check this out when I say curses and stuff like that. Aaron Rodgers, the first game when he blew out his Achilles, right? Before the game, Woody took pictures with Sexy Red, and he's wearing a chain and everything like that. You get what I'm saying? I just take it as entertainment. And, just to throw this at you, being spiritual, I look at is, can you hear me?
I got you.
Okay, no, I'm saying I'm looking at Aaron Glenn as a sacrificial lamb. It's the only thing I can say. I'm 75 years old. I'm on the downside of the hourglass, if you get what I'm saying. I'm trying to enjoy myself. And I'm going to leave you with this. It's all crazy because under the radar, because there's nothing but talk about the Jets and the Giants, even out here in Sacramento. There's a lot of people that are plugged into them, like Cascadaboos from out here. And like, for example, on the down low, the Knicks won the Cup. I'm cool with that. I don't know if I'll see any of my sports teams from New York because those are my teams. I grew up in Brooklyn. I ever win anything, but the Knicks won the Cup.
Knicks won the Cup. They hope it's a stepping stone. OG, thanks for the call, man. Happy holidays to you. Uh-huh. I don't know what the curse of Joe Namath is. I've never heard of it. I was always under the impression that Joe Namath was, the biggest bright spot for the Jets franchise. I mean, I think I'm still right about that. Unfortunately, I think that it's it's a lot simpler than that. It's incompetent management. Yes, it does obviously start at the top, but there's been poor ownership situations in all sports before that have been able to be overcome. At a certain point, you've got to, even by accident, like trip into the right candidate. And the Jets and the Giants just haven't seemed to be able to do that in a very, very long time, which is why we're in this position here. All right, we're just getting rolling. We're here till 7:30. Anthony and Jacob still steering the ship. Great to be back with you guys. We'll continue with your phone calls. We'll talk. We'll keep on this football thing for a while, the Giants and the Jets and the bleak situations there. Something real cheerful ahead of Christmas Eve, all leading up to Knicks pregame right here on 880 ESPN New York.
St. John's is back in action at home against Harvard. Coverage begins today at 5:40 on the ESPN New York app.
Knicks fans, it's time to hit the court with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. Download the BetMGM app today and add a boost of excitement to every New York game day with same-day parlays, live betting options, player props, boosted odds specials, and the best daily promotions in the business. With the BetMGM app at your fingertips, you can experience the excitement of betting on your favorite players and get in on all the blue and orange action as your New York Knicks drive the lane. Find out why basketball fans love BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Gambling problem in New York? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
New York Lottery's holiday scratch-off games are the perfect gift for everyone on your list.
Like me, your Aunt Jules. I told you I didn't need a gift this year, but I secretly really want one.
Or me, your neighbor Frank. I hope you didn't forget I'm coming to your holiday party tonight.
Or me. Why does no one ever think of the voiceover guy? Anyway, New York Lottery's holiday scratch-off games have more winners and top prizes up to $5,000. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/ESPN right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/ESPN. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/ESPN.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, New York and New Jersey, Boost Mobile has an unlimited talk, text, and data plan that's only $25 a month forever, meaning you'll only ever pay $25 a month for the rest of your life. Who wouldn't want unlimited wireless when it only costs $25 a month forever? If you don't, you must be one of those people who enjoy overpaying for their phone plan. $25 a month forever is truly as good as it gets. So go online and switch now at boostmobile.com. After 30 gigabytes, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Mobile Unlimited plan.
And now it's time for the traffic with Brandy Scott.
Thanks so much, guys. We're going to start off in Jersey. Seton Hall men's basketball taking on Villanova tonight at the Rock in Newark. 280 eastbound, just bumper to bumper, heading over to 21 and the Stickle Drawbridge. Just picked up a crash. You're still heavy there from the Garden State Parkway. Inbound, George, stick with the upper deck if you can, about 15 to 20 minutes. Lower level, about a 20 to 30-minute ride. Just picked up an accident on the span. No easy way to the outbound side, aside from the Henry Hudson. Cross Bronx westbound, slam from the Bruckner on through. Outbound, Lincoln's still your best bet at about 30 minutes. Outbound, Holland will run you 45 plus. Just a long line of brake lights on the Staten Island Expressway westbound, heading over to the West Shore, backed up across the Verrazano into Brooklyn. This report is sponsored by the New York City Department of Transportation. Speeding ruins lives. Drivers, watch out for pedestrians and cyclists and slow your turns to less than 5 miles an hour. I'm Brandy Scott on 880 ESPN New York.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
All right, on a, what is it, Tuesday night? It's hard to keep track this week, right? Tuesday night. Thank you, Jacob. Tuesday night here, leading up until Knicks pregame. Pat O'Keefe with you, in for DHR, as they're getting an early jump on the holiday break here. 1-800-919-3776. Great to be back. It's been a couple weeks since I've been able to kind of sink my teeth into one of these shows, so great to be back. I'll be with Bart a few days next week as well after Christmas. So, exciting time of year. I mean, all exciting considering what I've been talking about already, the Giants and Jets. That might be a little bit of a stretch, but still plenty to talk about, no shortage of that. We were actually talking about the Jets, how they missed on the quarterback. We know, right? And how Justin Fields hasn't been heard from or seen from in weeks, it seems. As I was making that point, Aaron Glenn in Florham Park was discussing his quarterback.
We're going to put Justin on IR. We tried to see how we can get this other work, right? But it wasn't getting as better as we would like it. All right, so we want to make sure we get a focus on that to make sure we get him better. I will have more information as the week goes as far as any other injuries that we have.
All right, so Aaron Glenn delivering the news that time. He didn't need to rely on Rich Cimini, so that's progress, at least, for the Jets head coach. But, I mean, if a starting quarterback is placed on IR to end the season and nobody cares about it, did it actually happen? That's essentially what this is, right? He wasn't going to play anyway, and he's not going to play in New York again, at least for the Jets. Maybe he'll surface on the Giants. What that does is it just kind of punctuates. It's the punctuation mark, the exclamation point on what we already know. That was a huge miss for the organization. I mean, it's funny. I remember doing my Sunday morning show over the summer, and part of it was wishful thinking for both teams, wanting them to have good seasons. You know, I liked Glenn in the preseason. I liked his business-like approach, his no-nonsense approach. I also didn't think that the Jets were like that far away, right? The defense the last couple of years was good. The only reason they cratered last year is because they fired their defensive mastermind in Robert Saleh, and he is that, by the way. Just look at what he's doing in San Francisco, what he's always done as a defensive coordinator. They fired him, and then they took the focus of like his underling off of the defense, and everything fell apart. But I felt that if the defense could get some TLC again, and they hired a defensive coach, and I'm like, okay, cool. That side of the ball is there, right? You've got a couple of running backs in Hall and Allen. You're starting to build out the offensive line. By the way, the offensive line, I think they're doing a good job there. Let's point out wins where we can. If you could get anything out of this quarterback, and actually, if you remember, he played phenomenal in week one. I mean, they lost, of course, to the Steelers, but he played great, Fields did. There was very little of that the rest of the way. But I so wanted to be optimistic about this season for both teams. And there was like so much optimism, for the Jets that they weren't that far away. And one of the things that I think Jets fans really appreciated about Aaron Glenn was that he came in and he wanted to leave no doubt that this was his show now. And the first thing he did was kick Aaron Rodgers out the door. And listen, you could say what you want about Aaron Rodgers. he's a pompous jerk. Yeah, of course he is. But he's been that throughout his entire career. And also throughout his entire career, he's been one of the most talented and one of the most productive quarterbacks that this game has ever seen. I said earlier that Glenn has a strong footing in the NFL, right? He's got a good resume as a player and as a defensive coach, as an assistant coach. All right, so he's got some chops and he's got some credentials. They'd pale in comparison to what Aaron Rodgers is coming with. I know Jets fans, it was easy because of the pompous thing to kind of paint Aaron Rodgers as the reason why the team did not succeed the last 2 years. So I think a lot of them were pleased when Glenn kicked him to the curb, as if it was saying like, hey, you've acted like you were too good for us literally since you walked in the door. Now we have an actual Jet in charge, and we don't need your kind around here. That has not aged well, though. It hasn't aged. You know, if you're going to do that, if you're going to take that kind of stand, you got to replace him with someone who can play. And they didn't replace him with someone who can play football, at least the quarterback position. So, again, it's just an example. If you've got egg on your face, does he care? No. In his interactions with the media and the way he presents himself week to week, he is softening a little. All right. Congratulations. You're not a complete jerk every single week like you were the first 10 weeks of the season. Well done. It took a 3-12 start for you to accomplish that. All right. But he kicked Aaron Rodgers to the curb. Aaron Rodgers is going to the Hall of Fame in Canton. But first, he's going to the playoffs one more time, at least one more time. And you, as the Jets and the Jets head coach in this situation, Aaron Glenn, are left with a ton of questions about your coaching acumen and whether or not you're up for this job. And you're also left with who's going to play quarterback next year, because it's not going to be Justin Fields and it's not going to be Brady Cook. It's not going to be Tyrod Taylor, even though, again, he proved to be the best of the bunch. Like I always say Tyrod Taylor is. You know, it's a wing and a prayer on a guy, Fernando Mendoza, who might not even be a sure thing. It's not a good situation. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Manny in Flushing. Manny, what's going on?
Hey, Pat, how you doing, my man? Happy holidays to you and your family.
You too, Manny. Thank you.
Yes. Listen, look, at the end of the day, like I'll give you my Knicks part, but I want to talk about the Jets and the Giants. I mean, let's be real. I mean, 15 years has been hell for New York football. I mean, the Jets haven't made the playoffs. Your Jets and my Giants have only won one playoff game since winning Super Bowl 46. It's been coaches changed. I mean, come and gone. General managers come and gone. Even players come and gone. The only remain consistent is both teams is the ownership. I mean, of course, Woody Johnson is like one of the worst. I mean, look, I know John Mauer is going through a lot, with his cancer, prayers for him and his family. But that being said, we also got to give him, have be accountable for his action, for the team's ability to compete. Now, I want to talk about my next point. I mean, listen, like last week, I've heard about your Bart Scott, who does the late morning show with Chris Carlin. He said that Jalen Brunson is no superstar, but Kate Cunningham, a team I think the Pistons we root for is. I mean, my response is I thought he was on drugs. I'm sorry. I mean, first of all, Kate Cunningham, the much I like what he's doing with the Pistons. Yes, the Pistons are having a hell of a year, but that being said, he has won 2 playoff wins. Jalen Brunson's guy came to the conference finals, whether once or twice. Yes, he was with Dallas, but he carried that team for 3 years. Unlike Kate Cunningham, despite his success, the Pistons, mind you, 2 years ago were a laughingstock. It lost like 29 straight. I'm just saying. That's all I'm going to say.
Thanks for the call, Manny. I didn't hear Bart say that. I know that Bart is from Detroit, and I know that Bart is a Pistons fan. And I know that Bart, occasionally likes to tweak the New York sports fan, especially when it has something to do with one of his Detroit teams. What I would say is this. Jalen Brunson is a superstar. He has proven that over the last several postseasons, and I spoke briefly about this when I was chatting with Ty before I came on at 5. He's better now than he ever has been. He's getting better every single year. And Jalen Brunson is a superstar. Right now, I would say that Cade Cunningham is an emerging superstar. He hasn't done it long enough, and he hasn't done it at the level that Jalen Brunson has done it yet. He's trending in that direction, though. The next thing that comes is postseason success. And Cunningham was good in the postseason series last year, but go back and look at the end of the game stuff. Right? There were opportunities. The one game where, was it game 4? I think it was game 4 where the Tim Hardaway Jr. they thought got fouled by Josh Hart in the corner on the desperation heave at the end. There was no call and the Knicks won the game. Cunningham had a chance to win that game with a wide open foul line jumper on the final possession and missed it. And listen, you're not going to, first of all, you're not going to hit all of those shots. And you're not going to, make the entire referendum on a guy if he's a superstar or not on one end of the game shot in the postseason. But he still has a ways to go. If I'm voting for most valuable player this season, right, we're about a third of the way in, I'm probably putting Cade Cunningham at this moment. I'm probably putting Cade Cunningham slightly ahead of Jalen Brunson because he's got better stats and he's the best player on a better team. But as far as like superstar encompasses to me more than one season. And Jalen Brunson now has done it for 3 years in a row and keeps getting better and better and better. He's a superstar, and Cade Cunningham is on his way to being that, but he needs to add the postseason success. 1-800-919-3776. Pat O'Keefe with you on 880 ESPN New York and the ESPN New York app. Let's go to Greg in the car. Greg, what's going on?
Hey, Pat. How are you? Thanks for having me. Happy holidays.
Same to you, Greg. What's going on?
So I live in New Jersey, but I am a lifelong Tennessee Titans fan. I'm a Yanks fan, Rangers, Knicks, but grew up, loving the Titans, and especially in the late 90s, and coming from the Oilers, Aaron McNair, and I hear the Jets and the Giants now fans, and I empathize with what they go through, and all of my friends go through this, and I'm like, dude, I get it, because it happens every year with the Titans, talking all the way back, Jake Locker, Zach Mettenberger. There's just no consistency, bad coaching decisions by management, and I just, it's almost eerie how the teams near each other. Obviously, the Titans, rightfully so, much smaller market team, and doesn't have the illustrious history that either of the New York franchises have. But they had some good years, had some good teams, just like the Jets. They've had one Super Bowl appearance. I actually don't know if the Jets have had any, but it's just every year you look forward to the season. You think it's going to be different. You got a new number 1 overall pick quarterback who is yet to prove himself, and then it just slowly fizzles out, and you're just left wondering what to do. Do you continue to invest your emotion in the team the rest of the year? Do you pretend like it's not happening? You're just focused on fantasy and betting. So I understand where the Jets and the Giants fans are coming from, and I hear it, and that's really all I wanted to say. And thanks for having me on. Really appreciate it.
It's rough. Happy holidays, Greg. Thanks for the call. It is rough. Now, I haven't dived into the recent success or lack thereof of the Titans like I have with the Giants and Jets. I do know that it wasn't that long ago. 5 years ago, the Titans were in the AFC Championship game. They beat Bill Belichick. I think it was Belichick's last playoff game with the Patriots on a Saturday night. Vrabel ran some he kind of clock management thing that he maybe learned from Bill Belichick, where he was able to run 3 minutes off the clock in the fourth quarter, and Belichick, you could see the steam coming out of his ears on the Patriots sideline, and they beat the Pats then. That's one example. But no, I hear you, and that's the most disappointing thing for football fans here is you get to this point of the calendar year. All you want to do, nobody's promised a championship, and nobody is promised even a deep playoff run or a trip to the finals or the Super Bowl or the final round, right? But what you want to do, and you're not promised anything, but like it's not too much to ask that like once every 5 years, once every 4 years, your team is in December and is at least playing meaningful games and or competitive games. And more often than not, the Giants and the Jets and the Titans, if we want to throw them in for Greg's sake, are in the month of December, and the games mean absolutely nothing. Now, at least for the Jets, like, and I don't know if this resonates for Jets fans. I'm not a Jets fan. But at least they're playing against New England and Buffalo these last 2 weeks. So those are important games for their opponents. Those are important games in the NFL season. But when the Giants are playing against, the Vikings and the Raiders, there's absolutely no reason. You only get 17 of these games to watch every year. And if 2 or 3 of them at the end are meaningless, that's real depressing. We'll take a break. We got ENN coming up at 6. I wasn't going to let Anthony get away without giving us that. We'll get to more of your calls, 1-800-919-3776. We'll mix some Knicks talk in as well. I'm bringing you up till Knicks pregame, which I'll also have for you starting at 7:30 here on 880 ESPN New York.
Hey guys, the holidays are here, and I want to tell you about Amazon Pickup, the ultimate convenience play. We all know Amazon is part of everyday life, but Amazon Pickup takes it to the next level, especially during the holiday rush. If you're on the go like me, you could send your orders to a secure Amazon Pickup location that works best for you. It's a great way to keep gifts a secret until it's time to wrap them. Life doesn't slow down this time of year. Amazon lockers and counters are located near you, so no matter where your day takes you, your package is ready when you are. For me, Amazon Pickup gives me the flexibility to grab gifts and packages on my schedule, whether it's on a quick lunchtime break, during my commute, or while the baby naps. It's simple. Order online, and at checkout, just choose the pickup location that's most convenient. You'll get an email confirmation when it's ready with instructions to pick it up. Quick, secure, and always at no cost. Check it out for yourself. Go to Amazon.com/pickupmvp to learn more. That's Amazon.com/pickupmvp.
There are a lot of reasons why people buy at Ramsey Mazda. It's their selection, it's their customer service, and it's their savings. During the More to Move You event, lease a new 2025 Mazda CX-30 2.5S all-wheel drive for $159 for 36 months. Start shopping now at RamseyMazda.com. Choose wisely, choose Ramsey Mazda. Call 833-853-2970 for details. VIN SM839072. MSRP $26,690. Zero security deposit. Ends 1/2/26.
Some stages celebrate. This one tests everything. Every drive, every approach, every putt. Pressure builds. Resilience matters. And history waits for the bold. In June, the 2026 U.S. Open Championship returns to the Hamptons at the iconic Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. Experience the world's best golfers competing on one of the sport's most storied stages. Don't just watch greatness, experience it live at the 126th U.S. Open. Daily tickets are available now on SeatGeek.
D'Agostino & Associates is a legacy firm, and I'm proud to be a part of that legacy. I'm Jenna D'Agostino, and like my father, I fight to get justice for the injured.
The hustle and grit of these streets shaped me. I'm John D'Agostino, and from the concrete to the courtroom, I built this injury firm 35 years ago to get accident victims justice. So call my team first, 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
You want justice? Think Jenna D'Agostino. Think D'Agostino & Associates. Justice isn't just a word. For us, it's a way of life. It's having compassion for your struggle and getting you paid for your pain. Now that's justice. D'Agostino & Associates means being there for the injured.
Seriously injured? Call my team first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222. D'Agostino & Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there, and I'll be there for you.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
This is Rick Brunson, the assistant coach from the New York Knicks. I'll be driving to our games this season in style in my new Jeep Gladiator from Princeton Jeep. My friends at Princeton Jeep gave me all-star treatment, and you can expect the same thing. Just mention I sent you, and they'll treat you like family. Princeton Jeep has tons of inventory and great deals on new vehicles. Visit Princeton Jeep at 1045 State Road in Princeton, New Jersey, or online at PrincetonJeeps.com and tell them Rick Brunson sent you.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
From the regular season to the Super Bowl, ESPN New York is your destination for football. We've got crazy fans.
If the Giants somehow beat the Cowboys, I'm going to take a dump on your head.
You can feel good because you're a damn football team. Expert analysis.
Marcus Spears joins us now. ESPN NFL analyst Damian Woody.
Mel Kiper Jr.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young.
He's kind of our resident general manager, Louis Riddick.
We got Mike Tannenbaum right now.
And all your fantasy and wagering needs. This is ESPN New York. We are football.
All right, back here on ESPN New York. Pat O'Keefe with you till 7:30. Little Knicks Timberwolves action coming your way. Tough test for the Knicks tonight. T-Wolves are good. They have a couple of old friends on their team, Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo. They're 19-10 after a little bit of a slow start. They're playing well. I think they're 8-2 over their last 10 games. They're pretty healthy tonight. They're missing one starter, Jaden McDaniels. Knicks are going to be without two starters tonight, including Jalen Brunson. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, the Knicks on Thursday, coming off that NBA Cup, and last week was a hellacious week schedule-wise for the Knicks. I mean, the rest disadvantage that they incurred Thursday in Indianapolis, and then the next night, Friday, against Philadelphia. They were fortunate to go 1-1 in those two games, and the biggest reason they did is they have Jalen Brunson. And they were playing without two starters in Indy, and they were playing without four of their top seven players, and they won that game because they have Jalen Brunson. So they're down two starters tonight, Brunson and Anunoby. How are they going to do against a tough team? The Timberwolves are not the Indiana Pacers. So we'll see. This could be one of those, load management losses, or, could be a Tyler Kolek game. Who knows? We'll see. 1-800-919-3776 is the number. So we'll get into the Knicks in the second hour. We have ENN coming up at 6 o'clock. Couple more thoughts as we continue on the football with the Giants and the Jets. We've done a lot on the Jets so far. The Giants, I do think, and I thought this in the moment, I don't think he did a good job as the head coach. I thought he was too mercurial. I also think that at some point there has to be an expectation to win more than 3 or 4 games a season when you're an NFL head coach. But I do think that Brian Daboll did a good job bringing Jackson Dart along. And the first few weeks, the Philly game, the San Diego game, I mean, you could kind of see right away. That San Diego game, he goes down first drive, touchdown, runs it in, arm, legs, the whole thing. And then he loses Neighbors in that game, loses Scadaboo a few weeks later. But he's running all over Denver in a game that they should have won. And they were going to beat the Bears, who are as hot as anybody right now, until Dart went out with the concussion. You saw so many good things from Jackson Dart. And I was reluctant to give Daboll too much credit because I thought watching this, that this kid's just got it. He came in, he's not afraid of anything. He's he's pretty good, right? He's pretty accurate. He's tough, the whole thing. But now that you're starting to see the performances, drop off a little bit, now that Daboll's not here, I do think that Brian Daboll deserves some credit for the development of Jackson Dart, and I do think that has been missed. All right, I'm not advocating for Brian Daboll to still have the job or to come back, because I think he was deficient in a lot of other areas. But what I am saying is this: the Giants, I looked at this last stretch of games, Washington, Minnesota, Las Vegas coming up, the Cowboys figuring they would be eliminated by week 18, which they now have been. I looked at this stretch of games as if to say, yes, the number one pick in the draft would be nice. And in most years, when you need your franchise quarterback, you want to get that number one pick in the draft. Okay, but I thought this year it was more important for Jackson Dart to get some wins under his belt, gain some confidence, and hit the ground running going into year 2, his first full season as the Giants starter. And unfortunately, that's kind of like backfired, because now you're still losing, all right? And I don't think he is as confident and he is as productive as he has been. He's actually regressing down the stretch. He's doing the exact opposite of what I had hoped would have happened from a Giants perspective down the stretch of this season. We'll see if that turns around against a team that I think, even though they almost won last week, I think the Raiders are even worse than the Giants. But who knows? We'll get back to the phones next hour, 1-800-919-3776. Knicks talk, set the stage for that. Some other NBA stuff as well. Up next, ENN on 880 ESPN New York.
Knicks fans, it's time to hit the court with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. Download the BetMGM app today and add a boost of excitement to every New York game day with same-day parlays, live betting options, player props, boosted odds specials, and the best daily promotions in the business. With the BetMGM app at your fingertips, you can experience the excitement of betting on your favorite players and get in on all the blue and orange action as your New York Knicks drive the lane. Find out why basketball fans love BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Gambling problem in New York? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you've been injured on a construction site, then you need a lawyer who knows New York's unique labor laws. At the Parisman Firm, they have decades of experience handling construction accident cases and a proven track record of delivering huge results. Their team has already recovered nearly $1 billion for hardworking New Yorkers. From scaffold accidents to slip and falls and equipment failures, they've got your back. Call the Parisman Firm now at 718-WORKERS. That's right, 718-WORKERS, because your case is their cause. Get the justice you deserve today.
Discover a driving experience crafted to inspire. At Garden City Mazda, exceptional design and sophisticated performance come together. During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, lease the 2025 Mazda CX-5 for $229 a month for 33 months. Or the 2025 Mazda CX-50 for $239 a month for 33 months. Both with $49.95 due at signing. It's the Mazda More to Move You sales event at Garden City Mazda. At Garden City Mazda, expect the exceptional.
And now it's time for the traffic with Brandy Scott.
Thanks so much, guys. I hope you have a great rest of the night. Wishing you and your families a wonderful holiday. I'll catch up with you next week. We've got the Islanders hosting the Devils over at the UBS Arena. Bumper-to-bumper ride on the Cross Island southbound, heading toward Hempstead Turnpike from the Throgs Neck Bridge in Queens. Not moving much on the FDR northbound. A crash in the left lane by East 79th. Traffic is jammed there from before the Midtown Tunnel. Best of it's the outbound George Henry Hudson, and that's a bit slow. Deegan northbound just packed, heading over to the Cross across Bronx. Delays go back across the Triborough and Abond to the Bruckner. Inbound George, stick with the upper deck about 10 to 15 minutes. Lower level about a 20 to 30 minute ride. An earlier crash on the span. Outbound Lincoln Arena about 15 to 20. Outbound Holland 20 to 30. Over in Jersey, Seton Hall men's basketball hosting Villanova tonight at the Rock in Newark. Heavy delays on 280 heading over to 21 in the Stickle Drawbridge. I'm Brandy Scott on 880 ESPN New York.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hey, this is Mika Zibanejad.
Hey, this is Adam Fox. Catch every Rangers game right here on 880 ESPN.
WHSQ and WCBS-FM HD2, New York. This is an ENN Special Report. Now reporting...
The very handsome Jewish man, Peter Rosenberg.
We should talk some sports. Do what you want. It's ENN.
Well, that's not me. I am not Peter Rosenberg. In fact, I'm not even Alan Hahn, and I'm not Don LaGreca. Pat O'Keefe in for all three of the guys on this Christmas Eve. Yay! Anthony, Jacob, they're here. They're always here. Where else are they going to be? When I found out I was doing the show, the first thing that I wanted to make sure that we would have included in the show at 6 o'clock was ENN. With Anthony Pusick, we'll call it my early Christmas present. But let's be honest, it's your early Christmas present. And, of course, I'm talking to all the listeners. So with that, Anthony.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Pat.
You suck, Pusick.
Oh, thank you, Peter. That was very kind of you. I appreciate that as well. How you doing? It's been a while.
It has been a while. We just, kind of exchange sarcastic barbs when I'm starting to do Knicks pregame off the air.
Regis versus Xavier barbs.
Xavier, yes.
Fordham barbs.
Yeah.
Usually, that's
how
usually
is
how
Fordham
it goes.
Doing? Do they still have a basketball team?
They do still have a basketball team. They do. They're doing okay. They beat LIU. I got to rib Allen about that. So that was
Allen. Rod Strickland, his boy.
That's that's exactly right. But no, we're doing well. And I'm glad I was able to do this. Like you said, it's been like line changes in this place because I say hi to you, and there's 3 minutes, and it's all right, Pat. See ya. Go. Good luck with Knicks.
That's what it's all about.
But at least that's been fun. We've had plenty of days, Pat, where you and I have worked where the Knicks and Rangers weren't fun to cover.
The Knicks are fun now.
And the Knicks are fun now.
The Rangers
the Rangers are not as fun.
They're not fun. I wouldn't say fun. Saturday was fun. I did the game on Saturday, pregame.
Well, luckily, and I know, Pat, it must be this contagious that you didn't get the bug that's going around the Rangers locker room. Now we're seeing from New York Rangers PR that David Quinn will be not on the bench tonight due to an illness.
Anybody else out? They lost Rempe the other day.
On the mend, I believe, is what Sullivan said about Rempe and Perreault, and we'll see. But with line rushes this morning, it looked like both of them were in. But given what this sounds like, I guess it's going to be a how do you feel when you get to the rink come the game. So we'll see. Last game before the Christmas break. It is a busy night on ESPN New York. Right now, if you're on the ESPN New York app, you could be listening to St. John's Harvard. Of course, Pat will be doing Rangers pregame starting at 7:30.
No,
Pat will be doing Knicks pregame starting at 7:30. And then, of course, you'll have Dan in a half hour at the bottom of the hour at 10:50. That will be the Rangers. Speaking of 10:50, I bet you didn't think we'd be getting an update from bowl season because just a moment ago at the Bush's Boca Raton Bowl of Beans, Chris Carlin on 1050.
Pistol formation, Isaac Brown, the deep back, standing up kind of like Ashton Genty does. Doesn't have his hands down on his knees, takes the handoff, stretch play right, he cuts back left. He's in the open field, 40, 35, 30. Adios, compadres, inside the 10. He'll score the touchdown for the Louisville Cardinals. 53 yards on the score.
Louisville over Toledo, 27-22, and I did get the confirmation from Chris Carlin. The correct title of this bowl is the Bush's Boca Raton Bowl of Beans. And I was told, Pat, that if I saw this on social media, if you brought a Bush's baked beans can to the game, you could get in for free.
Oh, my God.
So how do you like that? I'm just waiting for the Pop-Tart sacrifice. It is against.
They still eat that guy, right? The mascot?
Well, there's a vote this year, Pat.
Okay.
I think it's swirls versus sprinkles.
Okay.
The fans get to vote on which 3 Pop-Tarts will be sacrificed.
Do you have a strong opinion on swirls versus sprinkles?
More often than not, when I ate Pop-Tarts as a child, I had sprinkles. I don't know how Jacob feels about it, if he was more of a swirl guy or a sprinkle guy, but the blueberry always had the sprinkles. The strawberry had the sprinkles.
Not a big Pop-Tart guy,
Really?
But if I had to choose, yes, sprinkles.
Okay, see, there we go.
I think I'd make it unanimous there. Yeah.
Now, the question is, of course, if it's your favorite, do you want it sacrificed? That becomes the question in this unholy.
And they say that like college football has screwed itself up. They haven't screwed themselves up. Look at all this great content it produces. Look at these great storylines we're talking about.
Other than the college football playoff, and the Power 5 did a great job, looking really good this weekend.
Awesome. Yeah.
Fantastic. The game I'm looking forward to more than any is the Pop-Tart Bowl, because they have found a way. When you have a good game, like when the Duke's Mayo Bowl was pouring mayo on the coaches, that you were finding a way to make things exciting, and that was good.
Yeah.
Pat, we talked about our lovely football teams in this market, and today we found out that some of those players will be going to the Pro Bowl. Not as much as other teams, but the Giants will be sending, rightfully so, Brian Burns, who's having one of the best years, if not the best year of his career, while the Jets will be sending special teams expert and wide receiver Isaiah Williams and Breece Hall. So they will be going to the Pro Bowl, speaking of things that people don't watch. The Baltimore Ravens, Denver Broncos, Niners, and Seahawks all have 6 people going to the Pro Bowl. The Eagles, Cowboys, Lions, and Chargers will send 5 players each. Reigning MVP Josh Allen, Drake May, and Justin Herbert are your AFC quarterbacks. Sam Darnold, Dak Prescott, and Matthew Stafford, quarterbacks for the NFC. Travis Kelce selected his 11th Pro Bowl, tied with Jason Witten for second most among tight ends, behind only Pro Football Hall of Famer Tony Gonzalez with 14.
5 Cowboys?
5 Cowboys.
5 Cowboys. And they're eliminated with 3 games to go.
Well,
that's the same thing every year.
It's funny. You said Cowboys, and Ray Santiago popped his head into the control room.
I forgot Ray
without
was
even
there.
knowing.
That's hard to do, you know. That's the same thing every year. They have like 5-6 Pro Bowlers, and they're 3 games out of a playoff spot.
Well, it's all offense and a kicker, as Ray points out.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, Dak's been great. They do have the best kicker.
CD,
there's 40%
Pickens.
They do have 2 1,000-yard wide receivers. Yeah, I mean, like, it's hard to do what they've done. I mean, their offense has been so good. 2 1,000-yard receivers. Dak has been awesome. Always been a fan of Dak's. The kicker's ridiculous. And what are they? 6-9-1.
And of course, Pat, you have to remember, of course, one of the Pro Bowlers, a person that everybody knows in this market, Quinnen Williams, is going to the Pro Bowl.
There you go.
So you got that
too.
Yeah, got that going for you, which is nice. I sent this to you earlier, Pat, and I sent it to Ty as well. The NBA trying to do their best to crack down on tanking in the aftermath of the gambling scandal that rocked the league to start the season, sources told ESPN. At the Board of Governors meeting today, the league presented several ideas around the potential modifications to rules regarding draft pick protections, the draft lottery, and other possible approaches, according to multiple sources. Here are, according to sources, some of the ideas that were proposed during a brainstorming meeting. Limiting pick protections to either top 4 or 14 and higher, which would eliminate problematic mid-lottery protections. No longer allowing a team to draft in the top 4 2 years in a row. I don't know how you do that.
Just bump them down to 5. I don't hate that.
And then locking lottery positions after March 1st.
Well, that's interesting.
That would be I mean, it stops tanking to a point. You tank to March 1st, and then but then it would also look bad if, you get the first pick and then you rattle off 7 wins in a row.
And then you go to the playoffs?
Yeah, right. That would be amazing. There would have to be a rule in place too of like if you make the playoffs, the locking goes away. The team that was in the playoffs that you knocked out, they're now back in the lottery.
I hate the protections. I hate them. Get rid of them. I think they should get rid of the protections. I think that you would take that into more consideration when making a willy-nilly trade, if you will. If you didn't have to do all these machinations with the protections. It's too confusing. It's too convoluted. I think they should just get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Some of these protections are it's protected 1 through 14, and then they have others like 15 to 28. Sometimes too, if it's not protected this year, like in the first round, if it doesn't convey this year, it'll turn into 2 seconds next year. I think I'm good. I need some type of simplified way where I guess your draft picks convey a little earlier, but not only that, it stops from bad teams keep on taking year in, year out.
Well, and speaking of protections, and I know that not everybody's probably up on the draft capital of the New Orleans Pelicans. I'm a little more in the weeds than most people of the NBA.
Yes.
But did you guys? Do you know that Joe Dumars trade that he made in the offseason?
That they sent for Derek Queen?
That was
Derek Queen.
Yes.
He moved up 5 spots or 6 spots to draft Derek Queen. So they switched draft picks with the Hawks.
That's right.
And the sweetener was next year, Atlanta gets, which is this coming year now.
First round pick?
They get the first round pick for the Pelicans with no protections. The Pelicans are 8-22 right now. So they have the 3rd worst record in the Western Conference. That could be a top 5 pick going to a good team. The only thing that's worse than that is the fact that the Oklahoma City Thunder are in possession of the Clippers' first
because
round
of
pick.
course they are.
OKC could actually have the number 1 pick in the draft.
Are they still reaping the benefits of?
They have 2 or 3 years
Are
left.
we
This is
calling
the
it
Kawhi,
tanking too?
Paul George.
They're still reaping the benefits of being bad for so long, and then every one of their first round picks hitting.
Yeah, well, listen. Nobody says they don't. They did all hit. They picked Chet. They picked. They got Shea. They picked Jalen Williams.
Oh, it's a credit to you. It's a credit to them, and it's a credit to your team if it works.
Yeah.
It just seems like other teams make it really, really hard.
One in Brooklyn comes to mind.
Yeah.
That's right.
The one thing that you did mention with the Pelicans is that they're on a 5-game winning streak right now. So
they are, yes.
Prior to that, they were
without Zion Williamson.
Yeah, exactly. So prior to that, they only had 3 wins, and it's not going to get any better.
Look, tanking is a problem not just in the NBA. It's a problem in other leagues. It's something that these leagues have to consider doing something about. And we also saw the other story that came out, I think it was earlier this week, if not late last week, where the NBA is convincing some of these betting markets to get rid of, I don't know, Paco Mdadier over-unders because it's
they're
too
meaningless.
It's too easy for them to manipulate if they wanted to. So there's definitely the leagues are taking notice of this, and it's something that you're going to have to keep an eye on. Pat, I haven't asked you this yet. Last night we saw on Monday Night Football Robert Saleh's defense in the San Francisco 49ers beating the Indianapolis Colts pretty handily. But Phillip Rivers doesn't look bad at quarterback.
No.
He hadn't played in 5 years. And yes, they lost 48-27. So it's not like, we're going to be getting Phillip Rivers on free agent boards everywhere all across the league at the end of the season. But this is a guy who's in his mid-40s, hasn't played in 5 years, and is playing decent offense for the Indianapolis Colts. It's pretty remarkable to see.
It's incredible. And you saw last night, I don't know if they were all there, but he's got 10 kids.
I mean, you need a suite. Even if they weren't offered a suite, you had to give them a suite.
They're in the suite. He's got, he's a grandfather. I don't know how many grandkids he has, but, when you have 10 kids, one of them's old enough to have kids of their own, and on we go. But the age, listen, I'm 46. I'm in that age range, and I have to think about it, because, once you get to, mid-40s, I lose track. I'm around 45 years old. It doesn't even matter that much. But all I know is that it's sometimes a Herculean effort. I got to rock back and forth, because my back hurts so much till I get out of bed in the morning. And this guy's essentially my age, and he's in the NFL right now. And you're right. I could sit here and go through the teams and name 10 quarterbacks that are worse than he is. And that's before we even finish with the Jets roster. So what he's doing it's really, really impressive. I started to think, and I think they were discussing this maybe on Get Up this morning, like, could he be the quarterback for the Colts next year? I started to think that too, but that's, I think, a bridge too far.
I think that this is a fun idea when Shane Steichen's in a pinch, realizing that this team has a chance to do something, and I need a quarterback that knows my system. But if you go into next year, a full offseason, where Daniel Jones is coming off his Achilles and you can't find a better option than an aging Phillip Rivers, I think we have a problem.
Yeah, I guess Riley Leonard's just not the answer.
Well, that's an indictment on Notre Dame quarterbacks, that you can't.
It's been a rough couple weeks for Notre Dame.
Or Anthony Richardson, that now his eye is better, and he's another one that you just can't.
Yeah.
He can't seem to crack that roster either. Brock Purdy talking about the win and playing against Phillip Rivers.
To be out here playing against Phillip Rivers and the Colts, like, they're a great team, but just more than anything, just, taking it one drive at a time, and, as an offense, just having a standard and trying to play with that standard and with the guys that we have out there, man. So to go out and execute like we did and to keep doing that, just really proud of those guys, man. Just everybody in our team, just defense getting stops at clutch moments, and the turnover at the end of the game to seal it with D winners, like, just feels good to to play together as a team and win on the road, tough environment. Monday Night Football, Phillip Rivers, like, they got some momentum over there and stuff. So just a huge win for us.
That was an exciting soundbite. Now I know why they call him Mr. Irrelevant.
Don would have played it out and yelled at me for playing it. But either way, I like this Niner team, although you want to talk about a team that has injuries. They've got as many injuries as any team in the league, and they're still seeming to not only finding ways to win, they're finding ways to win and keep up in a very, very good NFC West. I don't know how far they'll get because of those injuries, but I wouldn't put it past them to win a game or two in the playoffs.
So they right now are they still in third place? I guess they're tied for second with the Rams right now. But if they win out, they've got all the tiebreakers. So if they
Which is
win
pretty
out,
incredible.
They win the division, and they would also, if they win out and finish 13-4, have the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Isn't that crazy?
They would get a bye. So they would not have to play any road games in the playoffs
or
if
the
they
Super
were to
Bowl.
keep winning, and the Super Bowl is in their building. That's crazy. They might not have to play any more road games if they could keep winning. Now they got to beat the Seahawks. That's the catch, and that's going to be a great game. I think that's next weekend.
That is it. That is going to be an amazing game.
Yeah.
Well, look, we saw this happen in the Giant game, and now J.J. McCarthy is out. He has a very, very small hairline fracture in his right hand, and he won't play in Thursday afternoon's game against the Detroit Lions on Christmas. That is shaping up, by the way. Netflix is shaping up to have horrible matchups and horrible quarterback play. Rookie backup Max Brosmer will start, and the team claimed quarterback Brett Rippon off waivers on Tuesday for depth. Although the Vikings have not ruled out J.J. McCarthy from playing in their final regular season game in Week 18 against the Green Bay Packers. It's just so funny, Pat, because of course these games are picked well in advance. It's not like they could change them now. But you're looking at a Week 17 in the NFL on Christmas. And why can't I find the schedule right now? That would be Week 17.
The Chiefs and Broncos are one of those games.
Chiefs and Broncos.
That's
and
the
I
prime
still
game,
don't remember who the quarterback was after Minshew went down for the Chiefs.
I think he's some guy from like South Dakota State, Olakadun or something.
Yeah. So him against Bo Nix is the prime vehicle at 8:15. You've got Max Brosmer versus Jared Goff with the Lions fighting for their playoff lives. And then, of course, who could not want to watch the Dak Prescott-Josh Johnson battle?
Johnson's back.
Josh Johnson, who's played on almost every is the LaTroy Hawkins of the NFL, who probably has every jersey in the NFL.
I think he's got a Geico commercial or something that shows all the jerseys coming out. But I was literally, after the Saturday afternoon Rangers game, the shootout win over Philadelphia.
Great game.
Went out for, a pre-Christmas beverage or two with my wife and some friends. And we're sitting at the bar, and I look up, and I see Josh Johnson come into the game. I had no idea. He's had a long career. I thought all those guys that are doing those commercials are now retired, and that's why they're doing those commercials.
Nope. Tommy DeVito did one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's true. Tommy's got one, too. Yeah, but Trubisky's got one. But, yeah, I mean, this guy, remember when he had his, moment, and unfortunately he got hurt in the NFC Championship game. It was 2021 when it was the Eagles against the Niners, right? And he was the Niners' backup quarterback. Purdy got hurt. and then Johnson had to come in and he got hurt. And then Christian McCaffrey basically had to take snaps the rest of the game, and they had no passing game. And that's what led the NFL to change the rule where you can carry a third emergency quarterback, but he doesn't count against the 53-man roster or the 45-man roster on game days.
Yep, that's who Russell Wilson's been for a majority of this year now.
That's true, yes. He's very, very handsomely paid third-string emergency quarterback.
Couple more stories here, and then a very, very important question to close out ENN. Pat, did you watch the Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua?
I did not.
Yeah, well, 33 million people did, according to Netflix globally. That represents the average minute audience for the fight, which took place in Miami. According to Netflix, the event was the network's #1 ranked program in 45 countries, including the U.S., the U.K., Canada, Germany, Australia, Mexico, and Argentina. EverPass, a commercial streaming service, estimated another 600,000 viewers took in the event at various commercial properties. So whether you like these types of boxing matches or not, enough people do where it's a draw that they want to watch.
Incredible. I mean, the guy's promotion acumen is off the charts, and he's made a killing off of that, Jake Paul. I will say this. I didn't see this fight. I've seen some of his fights. He's a big dude. He's not a terrible fighter. I mean, he's getting better, like as far as like his technique, and he doesn't look completely out of place. But for a guy who comes from the background he came from, where this like seemed like it started as a complete stunt, I would say that at this point, and I go again, he's got a pretty big size advantage over most people, but I would say that he's probably better than a fair amount of actual fighters. Credit to him. But no, I did not. Did you watch it?
I did not.
Jacob, did you?
Yeah, I did.
So the takeaway was, and I tried to read up on it. The takeaway was it was a disgrace to boxing. I don't know enough. Why was it a disgrace? Where was the disgrace? Was it non-competitive? What was?
I think it's just that. I don't know. I think
do people just hate him?
It's a mix between people hating him and then I guess also people feel like he's taking it as a joke, because this was probably his first fight where it was an actual fighter,
like a real dude, not a 58-year-old guy.
Yeah, not somebody washed or like on the back end of the career.
And it was a heavyweight. Well, it was a heavyweight bout that Joshua had to lose weight for, and quite frankly, I don't know. There people think that Joshua didn't try his hardest because he probably could have killed him, but how do you prove that?
So
he
was
did
that
break
the
his
disgrace?
jaw
They were
in
mad
2
at
places.
Joshua? Yeah.
He broke his jaw in 2 places, so you have that.
He looked pretty beat up afterwards.
Yeah, no, that wasn't very good. This would probably, I would imagine, be a story on Pat's golf show, which I'm sure is coming back during the golf season. Brooks Koepka, stepping away from Live Golf. What? His representative said Tuesday. Live Golf CEO Scott Neal said in a statement, Brooks is prioritizing the needs of his family and staying closer to home. We appreciate the significant impact he has had on the game and wish him continued success both on and off the course. Hopefully everything's all right with his family. But
I didn't know Brooks Koepka was still alive.
Well, yeah, look, Liv has had this. They're getting a lot of money, and somebody's watching it. It just doesn't seem like it's being watched a lot here.
Yeah, no, not at all. And he's one of those guys. DeChambeau's gone the other way. DeChambeau's funny. He was like very unpopular, Bryson DeChambeau, on the PGA Tour. Then he went to Live. He got all the money, and then he started competing more in these major events, whereas Brooks Koepka was always there in the majors, and he was just like a dude that you knew was going to not waver down the stretch, and you haven't heard a whimper from this guy since he went over to Live.
No, it's pretty insane. And the last thing that I wanted to get to is an important question for all of us, really.
Okay.
Last night, nobody won the Powerball jackpot, which is now up to $1.7 billion.
Jeez.
None of us can say they could turn away a jackpot of $1.7 billion. My question to you, Pat and Jacob, is that too much money? In the sense of, would you want to win $1.7 billion, or would that be more trouble than it's worth?
Jacob, I think he's looking at you.
More trouble than it's worth. Listen, at this point, I need some trouble in my life.
Nah, so, I don't need that
kind of trouble.
I am not turning down 1.7. I could find different ways to spend it. I could give some to Pat. I could give some to
That's
Anthony.
not the thing I'm worried about.
And have some left over. What are you worried about then?
Brownshire says he's going to come back into work if he wins.
Oh, listen, Brownshire's crazy. I'm not. I love Disney. I love ESPN. I love what they did for me. 1.7 billion. You're not seeing me for the rest of your life.
I think John Winthrop said the same thing, by the way. So, what about you, Pat?
No,
I know you have that, but like if you needed more,
clearly, yes.
If you had another 1.7 billion,
another one would be trouble. The first 1.7 I'm dealing with and managing okay. The second one would be trouble. No, it would be more trouble than it's and no, you wouldn't see me. You see me a little bit, but not as much.
You'll still be doing pre and post with the Knicks, right?
Maybe.
I'll be doing play-by-play for the Knicks.
There you go. That's what. Yeah, that's what it would be. It'd be like, Pat, we need you. We need you Christmas morning. We need you on pre and post. No, I'm good. Pat,
good,
Tyler's been called up. He's doing NBA on ESPN coverage. We need you for play-by-play.
Tyler gets called up. I'm doing play-by-play now, so that never changes. Well, I love the 82 games with the Knicks. I pride myself on going all 82.
The line changes of the ESPN New York broadcast teams for the Knicks and Rangers.
It's smoothed out a little on the Knicks side now, at least on the play-by-play side. We have a nice little. There was the one year a couple of years ago where I think it was like 7 or 8 guys calling games, including our friend Don, who was 6-1, if I'm not mistaken. He may have mentioned that record before.
I'm sure that Kenny appreciates that Fox has decided to just stick him in the air conditioner every Sunday, so he hasn't had to travel much and just basically has been doing Giants games.
He's been doing a lot of Rangers and Giants that Saturday, Sunday back-to-back.
So they've been bouncing him around. That's going to do it for ENN tonight. That's it.
All right, good to be back with you guys, and we will take a break and then get back to the phones, 1-800-919-3776. We're here till 7:30 tonight. Knicks basketball, they're in Minnesota, comes your way then. I'll have pregame coverage. We'll have some thoughts on the Knicks and where they are about a third of the way through the season, more on the Giants and Jets, and whatever is on your mind on this Christmas Eve program on 880 ESPN New York.
There's a lot of reasons why people buy at Ramsey Mazda. It's their selection, it's their customer service, and it's their savings. During the More to Move You event, lease a new 2025 Mazda CX-5 2.5S all-wheel drive for $229 for 36 months. Start shopping now at RamseyMazda.com. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda. Call 833-853-2970 for details. VIN S077553, MSRP $30,920. Zero security deposit. Ends 1/2/26.
Knicks fans, it's time to hit the court with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. Download the BetMGM app today and add a boost of excitement to every New York game day with same-day parlays, live betting options, player props, boosted odds specials, and the best daily promotions in the business. With the BetMGM app at your fingertips, you can experience the excitement of betting on your favorite players and get in on all the blue and orange action as your New York Knicks drive the lane. Find out why basketball fans love BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Gambling problem in New York? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The holidays are here, and Amazon Pickup is your MVP of package pickup. Need that perfect gift like a brand new jersey for the big game? With Amazon Pickup, you can grab your order from secure Amazon lockers or counters near you on your schedule at no extra cost. It's fast, it's easy, and it keeps your holiday surprises tucked safely away. So whether you're running from work or heading to the holiday party, Amazon Pickup makes holiday shopping worry-free. Find your nearest Amazon Pickup location at amazon.com/pickupmvp. That's amazon.com/pickupmvp.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Hey, New York and New Jersey, Boost Mobile has an unlimited talk, text, and data plan that's only $25 a month forever. Meaning you'll only ever pay $25 a month for the rest of your life. Who wouldn't want unlimited wireless when it only costs $25 a month forever? If you don't, you must be one of those people who enjoy overpaying for their phone plan. $25 a month forever is truly as good as it gets. So go online and switch now at boostmobile.com. After 30 gigabytes, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Mobile Unlimited plan.
John Ryan.
Yeah, Dad.
I think I came up with a killer slogan for our law firm. D'Agostino and Associates, bite back.
Bite back?
Yeah. When someone hurts you, you bite back. We'll be the law firm that bites back.
Dad, that's brilliant. Accident victims, call D'Agostino and Associates and bite back. Hey, we could even put a big vicious dog on billboards everywhere.
Yeah, and Rottweilers on buses.
Hey, how about a toll-free number?
What are you thinking?
You know, like 1-800-BITE-BACK.
1-800-BITE-BACK. That's brilliant.
But what if people hear fight back?
Easy. I'll spell it out for them, like 1-800-BITE. Back. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Love it. Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
All this talk about biting back got me hungry.
Me too. Want to grab lunch?
Sure. Hey, how about a jingle?
You mean like D'Agostino, law, bite back?
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Pat O'Keefe back with you in for the guys. DHR enjoying some time off. 1-800-919-3776. Good to be back with Anthony and Jacob. You guys are both... No, Anthony's a Giants fan, right?
Oh, yeah.
Jacob's a Jets fan, though.
Unfortunately.
So, I mean, like, I was asking the rhetorical questions earlier in the show. Is there any reason for optimism coming out of this year? Like, is there anything that happened this year regarding the Jets that you feel good about going into next year?
Nope.
No, and how quickly he answered.
Not one thing.
No, he's not been happy with them. Before the season started, he wasn't really happy.
Right, and then even looking at the schedule, I don't know if I can be happy about next year. The way Hahn was out on the Jets this year, I might be out on them next year. I'll be like tuning in, but will I really be watching? Or I'm just going to watch college football to see who's the next quarterback to take?
College football regular season doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't.
As far as the college football playoff goes. But yes, as far as the number one pick in the draft goes, yeah. I mean, but that's like, it's frustrating to do that. And the Jets have done it a couple of times recently, right? They did it with Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson.
That's right.
Before that, they did it with Sam Darnold. And here we are. That's like 3 times. When was Darnold? He was 2018, right? That's 3 times in 7-8 years where you're in December talking about who you're going to take at the top of the draft as your next franchise quarterback. And in the middle of all of that, by the way, you snuck in 2 years of Aaron Rodgers.
And I thought that was going to be the turning point. And then one Achilles is all it took for me to be like, you know what? I'm dead on the inside.
Yeah, they won that game.
Well, the thing, Pat, that you mentioned is that earlier in the show, which we have the video out on our social platform, DHR and ESPN, that you don't feel confident in Aaron Glenn going forward. The thing that I would caution Jet fans of is, and it might change, but I doubt it, the Jets are looking at what the Giants' schedule was last year because they have the NFC North, they have the AFC West. We just saw the Giants go through that. And in a division where going into this year, we thought there's 2 playoff teams in the NFC East. The Commanders are coming off a great year. The Eagles.
They were both in the championship last year.
Right.
Yeah.
So the Eagles being Super Bowl champions, and then you never know what the Cowboys, they're at least going to be competitive. That's a tough division. The Jets, you've got the Patriots who look like they figured it out. I don't think the Bills are going anywhere with Josh Allen. And then the Miami Dolphins, okay. So that's not the hardest. But you have the exact same schedule, and what happened to the Giants with a coach that not everybody was too confident in midway through that season?
Yeah, gone.
He got fired.
Fired.
That would
Year
be
4.
the concern if I was a Jet fan.
I mean, but the sad thing is that, and I hate calling for people's jobs, and I'm not doing that. But what I will say is if you're a fan of the Jets and Aaron Glenn ceases to be your head coach by this time next year, yes, that means you had another crummy season, but is that the worst thing for your franchise? I don't listen. I know that on one hand, I don't like the precedent of one season and you lose your job and then you just keep recycling guys in and out of that job. And I don't think they're going to do it anyway. So it doesn't matter what I think about it. I don't think they're going to do it. I think Aaron Glenn is going to be back. But on the other hand, this is 15 years in a row now without the playoffs?
Yep.
You're probably not going to make the playoffs next year because I don't think that Aaron Glenn is a capable enough coach to all of a sudden turn this thing around and get the Jets to the playoffs. You know, the hope this year was 6-11, 7-10. Competitive football, lay the groundwork, develop that defense, tighten up the discipline, the penalties, rely on the running game with Hall and Allen. You utilize Garrett Wilson and get what you can out of Fields at quarterback. And none of that happened. Hall played well. And like you said, Anthony, he's a Pro Bowler today. And deservedly so. He's good. But if you look on offense, you have him and you've got Wilson, if he's healthy.
Just don't let go of the rope.
I've got to think that Garrett Wilson, if they were in and playing important games this year, hopefully he wouldn't be shut down for the year. The fact that he's shut down for the year, great. But this guy's also 24 years old. He's in the prime of his career. He's one of the most talented wide receivers in the NFL, and you're just shutting him down because he's on a team that has played meaningless games since he came into the NFL. He's like the opposite of Derek Jeter and Tom Brady. Remember Derek Jeter until the last game, I think, of 2008 at Yankee Stadium when they closed the original Yankee Stadium. It was the first game of his career, which started in 95, that he played where his team was eliminated from playoff contention. The first game in a 13-year span. Garrett Wilson's the opposite. This guy's as talented as any receiver in the NFL. He comes into the league, and he hasn't played an important game yet.
The biggest indictment of the Jet offense, quarterback situation, everything you want to talk about as a whole, Pat, is this. Garrett Wilson hasn't played since mid-October, I believe. He still leads the Jets in receiving yards. And it's only in the mid-300s. Teams by accident can get guys that you've never heard of get 100-yard games sometimes. And the Jets have allowed a wide receiver, a great wide receiver, who hasn't played since mid-October to still lead their team in receiving yards, and we're almost done with the season.
And then not only that, Garrett Wilson was visibly frustrated the last 2 years with Aaron Rodgers. He has another loser season this year with Justin Fields, and then you're only predicting that he's probably going to have another one next year with the Jets and the way their schedule is set up. At what point do you think maybe the Jets or him, try to look for another team? It's going to be you gave away Quinnen already. You gave away Sauce. You gave away Sauce after paying Sauce. You paid Garrett
Wilson, though.
Paid Garrett this past offseason, too. So do you trade him this offseason coming up, or do you trade him next season if things start going bad again? That's the next thing you could start thinking about.
These are just all signs of what we already know, that this franchise does not know what it's doing. General managers, head coaches, there's not one guy who has come through that has shown any inkling of being up for this job. It's sad. 1-800-919-3776. Knicks pregame coming up at 7:30. So we're together for another hour or so. Let's go back to the phones. Spike in St. Pete has been waiting patiently. Spike, how are you?
I'm great, Pat. First of all, Merry Christmas to you and your family, and stay healthy and all that good stuff. I'm going to be a little off the beaten path. I think sometimes we lose sight of the guys in the back. I'm going to try. I hope I remember them all. So let me start wishing Ray Hahn and Tom and Anthony and Jacob Perry and Joe Leo and Harvey and Julian and Matt from Boca, and I even hear once in a while from Chantel. I apologize if I missed anybody. I'm not sure if I missed anyone.
I think you got them all. You guys keeping track of that? It sounds like he did pretty well.
Yeah, I think that's everybody.
Yeah,
Chantel's been around? I haven't heard from Chantel in a long time.
Chantel's no longer with us.
No, I didn't think
so.
so.
No, she's not dead.
No,
She's just
I
not
know.
on the station.
Right, that's what I meant.
He
Thank
stays
you for
in touch
clearing
with
that
me
up.
on Instagram once in a while, how I'm feeling and all that stuff. These kids, they're the guts of the operation.
They sure are.
And
You're right about that, Spike.
They get little or no notoriety at all, except the scotch, as I used to grow up in Brooklyn, and they'll throw something at them, and they usually come back and produce. And I'm guessing 25 to 35, pretty much the age range for most of these youngsters. So I wanted to at least voice my thank yous, because they always are courteous and how you feeling and all that stuff, and I appreciate it a lot, as you guys do. So
Well
on
said.
the Knicks, I need you for this. I've asked 4 people that I consider basketball experts. Embedded, there's Larry Hardesty, and he was one of the people embedded with the team in some way, shape, or form, as you have been for 8 or 9 years, I'm guessing. I think Mitchell. Now, I said before the season started, Mitchell Robinson's the key player for the Knicks. Not the best player. Keep him upright. Get him up to 4, 5, or 6 minute shifts by the playoffs. Manage him, because he's not getting those stupid fouls anymore. And the shooting coach and the Mark Bryant got him. Thank God. If I told you he made 10 free throws in a row, you'd order a straight jacket for me. He's just to show the will to do it. I think in the NBA, because I watch a lot of NBA, I think he may be the best offensive rebounder per minute. I'm guessing, and I think for sure my eyeballs tell you there's no stat for this, so they must have analytics though. He may be the best big man help defender. He plays the game. You could just watch him. If you're a big kid and you want to learn how to play help defense, he alters shots. He does everything right, and he's the senior Nick. He has to be the senior Nick by now. So I don't think the team's going to have much of a problem. I don't understand this rest thing now, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm old school. You know, when you get paid a ton of money to play, you play. But Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, and JB the other night, this is another thing. Thanks for the extra time. The Knicks have made, in my estimation, 30 to 40% passes this year, and it's reflected in the assist total. Am I wrong?
The assist total is a higher rate, Spike, and thanks for the call, than it was really at any point during Tom Thibodeau's tenure. Now, last year there was a, no pun intended here, spike in the Knicks assist total, Tibbs' last year. Listen, if you look at where the Knicks are right now and what Mike Brown was brought in here to do, okay? Nobody ever questioned the job that Tom Thibodeau did here. It was, when it happened, surprising. Okay, the timing to me surprised me more than the fact that it happened. You could have easily made the case for Tom Thibodeau to continue and come into year number 6 as the Knicks head coach. You know, this franchise is not remotely in the position it's in right now if he didn't come in and change pretty much everything in 2020. You know, when Leon Rose came in, and credit to him for hiring Tibbs, but Tibbs, that's what he does. You know, he rolls up his sleeves and he changes the culture of the organization. Leon Rose has made great decisions, personnel decisions, front office decisions. Tibbs changed the culture, okay? He got them to a place they hadn't been in a quarter century. But when he got them there last year, unfortunately, they fell short of probably, as things turned out, where they should have gone last year. You know, they shouldn't have lost game 1 against the Pacers. They shouldn't have lost game 2. They shouldn't have lost the conference finals against the Pacers. So on the one hand, it's a great season. You go to the conference finals for the first time since 2000. But on the other hand, it could have been better. And these windows don't stay open for forever. Look at the Detroit Lions. 2 years ago, they were in the NFC Championship game, and they had a double-digit lead, and they lost to the 49ers, all right? That was like them getting their toe wet. Last year, they have the number 1 seed in the NFC and are a path to the Super Bowl where they didn't have to leave Ford Field, and then they got blitzed by the Commanders, and now this year, they're probably not going to make the playoffs. These windows close quickly. And what Leon Rose and Knicks management wanted to do is they wanted to make sure that the Knicks took another step before this window, all right, started to close with this group of guys because it doesn't last forever. They wanted Mike Brown to have a more egalitarian offense, not so much Brunson-centric. Check. That has happened. Anunoby, Bridges, much bigger parts of the offense. They wanted Mike Brown to rely on his depth, and you have seen Brown give roles to Tyler Kolek and Landry Shamet and guys who Tibbs was probably not all that trusting in for large periods of time in recent years. And that seems to have worked. And then the other thing is, don't go pedal to the metal for all 82, or in this case, all 83 regular season games. You need to leave something in the tank for the postseason. And that's what tonight is. Anunoby's not playing tonight. Brunson's not playing tonight. If Tibbs was the coach, those guys would be playing tonight. What the East allows Mike Brown to do, you have the Pistons at 23-6, the Knicks at 20-8. The Knicks are 2.5 games better than every other team in the East. It's hard to imagine a scenario right now where the Knicks are not one of the top 2 seeds in the Eastern Conference in the playoffs. And if you ask me, I think when all is said and done, they're probably going to overtake Detroit and be the number 1 seed. But because the East is a little bit down, right? It's not the West where you got the Spurs and the Rockets and the Lakers and the Thunder and the Nuggets, all right? He has a little bit of leeway to do what he's doing tonight. If they lose this game on December 23rd to the Minnesota Timberwolves, a Western Conference team where tiebreakers are not going to come into play, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's about the greater good. So the things that they wanted to see from Mike Brown, he's doing. And on top of it all, they're 20-8, and they're on pace to win 59 games, I believe. And the Knicks, as a franchise, have only won more than 57 games twice in their history. 1970, when they won the championship, and 1992-93, that was Riley's best team, when they were the number 1 seed, and they lost to the Bulls in the conference finals, the Charles Smith series. Both Knicks teams won 60 games. They are the only 2 Knicks teams in the history of the franchise to have won more than 57 games in a season. We're only a third of the way through, but Mike Brown's Knicks are on pace to win 59 games. Take another break. More of your calls, 1-800-919-3776. Pat O'Keefe with you till 7:30 on 880 ESPN New York.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Some stages celebrate. This one tests everything. Every drive, every approach, every putt. Pressure builds, resilience matters, and history waits for the bold. In June, the 2026 U.S. Open Championship returns to the Hamptons at the iconic Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. Experience the world's best golfers competing on one of the sport's most storied stages. Don't just watch greatness, experience it live at the 126th U.S. Open. Daily tickets are available now on SeatGeek.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 cause for kids. Donate your card today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement, 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line, $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope. It's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Make cancer screening a part of your annual healthcare routine. New York Presbyterian offers a full range of cancer screenings, including lung, cervical, prostate, colorectal, breast, and more. Regular cancer screenings could save your life by detecting cancer at its earliest, most treatable stages. Screenings are available across New York City and Westchester. Learn more at nyp.org/cancer screening. Stay amazing. New York Presbyterian.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
All right, welcome back to DHR. Pat O'Keefe and Ty Butler. I guess it took two guys to do the job of three men today. A Herculean effort by Ty and me, indeed. Game Time is brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, because when it's game time, it's Tully time. Knicks visit the Timberwolves, and coverage follows me right here at 880 at 7:30 p.m. I'll have pregame for you, and Tyler Murray and Wally Zerbiak will have the call of the Knicks and the T-Wolves from Minneapolis. Rangers are in D.C. to take on the Capitals. Coverage going on right now on 10:50 a.m., and the puck drops there a little after 7 o'clock. And St. John's is hosting Harvard, and you can catch that right now on the ESPN New York app. Also, Isles Devils at UBS at 7, and the Nets 76ers are in Philly also at 7. Tullamore Dew, the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. Be sure to grab a Tullamore Dew or try the all-new Tullamore Dew Honey during today's action. Glasses up to enjoying Tullamore Dew responsibly. Let's go back to the phones. We're here till 7:30, and let's say hello to Richard in Manhattan. Richard.
Hi, Jake. I was listening. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Pat. I'm sorry, Pat. I was listening to the Ranger game Saturday, and when the Phillies scored the fourth goal in the second period, the shorthanded goal, I turned the radio off. I said, "That's it." I couldn't believe they won in overtime. Or the shootout, right? They won.
They won the shootout. Yeah.
Yeah.
They had to kill 2 penalties in overtime.
Unbelievable. That's right. Tonight is one of those rare nights. All 6 New York professional teams are playing. You got the 3 hockey teams and the 3 basketball teams.
Yep, 2 of them are playing each other. Isles Devils on Long Island.
Right.
Because nobody's playing anything tomorrow.
3 basketball teams.
The 3 basketball teams. What you talking about? St. John's.
Of course.
Now,
won't that be great if Harvard who don't give out scholarships, let alone NIL money, beats St. John's tonight in their gym with all the money they're giving away? I think Pitino would step down if they lost to Harvard tonight.
Well, he's up by 13 at the half. It's 46-33.
It's not over yet. I don't understand why they play Harvard. They don't play Columbia. They don't play Fordham. They don't play Manhattan. They don't play Rutgers. These are natural rivalries right around here, but they got to play Harvard. Anyway, so Thursday night, Pat. Thursday. We have 13 hours of basketball, 11 hours of football. Here's how I break it down. The football stinks big time. Maybe Bo Nix and Jared Goff. That's the only reason to watch those 3 games. The rest of it is garbage. But look what we have in basketball. You start with Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, Wimbiani, Shane Gilgeous, Flagg, Anthony Davis, Steph and Jimmy Butler, Kevin Durant, LeBron and Luka, Anthony Edwards and Jokic and Murray. That's unbelievable basketball on Thursday. So that's really, really worth looking forward to. The only thing I wish, there's never any games on Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve and the day after the All-Star game are the 2 worst sporting days out of the 365 days out of the year. There's nothing going on. I mean, even the day before the baseball All-Star game, you got, all the home run hitting and all that going on. At least that's a little something. But the day after the All-Star game, zilch. And the day before the Christmas, zilch. That I don't understand. You don't even have any. I don't think you even have any college football games.
They used to have some bowl games, Richard. Thanks for the call. Happy holidays to you.
Thank
Occasionally you'll get an NFL game on Christmas Eve, depending on where it falls, on the calendar. This year it's a Wednesday, so it's not an NFL day. So it's a quiet day. The NHL takes off 3 days for Christmas break. The NBA, they don't play on Christmas Eve. They gear up. Obviously, they have their big day on Christmas Day. It is a great NBA matchup on Thursday, and the matchups are set before the season. When the Knicks are good, they play on Christmas. They kind of invented playing on Christmas, and it's nice that they have that 12 o'clock slot. They kind of own that 12 o'clock slot. Only 2 of the 10 teams playing on Christmas Day are Eastern Conference teams, and it's the Knicks and the Cavs because those were the 2 teams that were supposed to be the best at the beginning of the season. The Cavs have been disappointing, and the Pistons have been good. They're not playing. The biggest difference this year, no Celtics on Christmas Day. Obviously, no Jason Tatum. Celtics are good. What are they? Top 3, top 4 in the Eastern Conference. They've played well, but it's funny not seeing the Boston Celtics on Christmas Day. So yeah, you got San Antonio, Oklahoma City, and they also play tonight, by the way. And they played that great game in the semifinals of the NBA Cup, the Thunder and the Spurs. If Wembanyama stays healthy, I think that's who Richard was talking about, Jacob. Am I not mistaken? He gave it the old college try. If Wembanyama stays healthy, I think Spurs-Thunder is the rivalry in the NBA over the next 5 years. Then you got the Mavs and the Warriors. Warriors are down. Mavs are down, but they have Cooper Flagg, and they're playing better. Rockets-Lakers is a very good matchup, and so is Timberwolves-Nuggets. So, yeah, it's a good spread for the NBA, and I bet that as bad as the NFL matchups are and as good as the NBA matchups are, the talk in the days or 2 that follow will be about how more people watch the NFL than the NBA because that's just how our country consumes sports. All right, we got a bonus half hour of Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg because I'm here till 7:30. So get your calls in at 1-800-919-3776. Whatever's on your mind. We'll touch some more on the football, some NBA thoughts leading into Knicks pregame as the Knicks are in Minnesota to take on the Timberwolves at 7:30 right here on 880 ESPN New York.
Knicks fans, it's time to hit the court with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. Download the BetMGM app today and add a boost of excitement to every New York game day with same-day parlays, live betting options, player props, boosted odds specials, and the best daily promotions in the business. With the BetMGM app at your fingertips, you can experience the excitement of betting on your favorite players and get in on all the blue and orange action as your New York Knicks drive the lane. Find out why basketball fans love BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Gambling problem in New York? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
New York Lottery's holiday scratch-off games are the perfect gift for everyone on your list.
Like me, your Aunt Jules. I told you I didn't need a gift this year, but I secretly really want one.
Or me, your neighbor Frank. I hope you didn't forget I'm coming to your holiday party tonight.
Or me. Why does no one ever think of the voiceover guy? Anyway, New York Lottery's holiday scratch-off games have more winners and top prizes up to $5,000. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
880 ESPN, WHSQ, and WCBS-FM HD2, New York. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, welcome back to a bonus half hour of DHR ahead of the Christmas holiday. Pat O'Keefe in for the guys this afternoon, taking you up till 7:30, and then I'll stick around for pregame coverage of Knicks Timberwolves right here on 880 ESPN New York. 1-800-919-3776. Time for a couple more calls before we sign off for the evening. Knicks got back on track Sunday night against the Miami Heat. It's funny, and talking with Monica during that broadcast just about the fact that the Heat have been very shorthanded this season, and they haven't had a great record season. They lost to the Knicks on Sunday, pushing their record to just one game above 500. They didn't have Tyler Hero. They've been missing at times Bam Adebayo and others. Hero, in fact, didn't play in any of the 4 games against the Knicks, but the Heat always give the Knicks problems. And then the Knicks, they needed a 47-point performance from Jalen Brunson to hold off the Heat and win by 7. And there were 2 or 3 times in that fourth quarter and the third quarter where it looked like the Knicks were going to pull away. I mean, the Knicks are a better team than the Heat, especially when Hero doesn't play. But I think even when he does play, the Knicks are a better team. But A Miami team is tough. So it was a good win for the Knicks. Even though on paper it's like, oh, that's a game they should win. Miami always gives them trouble. So that was a good win for the Knicks. It was also a good win because they bounced back from a rare loss at home on Friday night against Philadelphia. And the NBA Cup was great. It was a great experience for the Knicks. They played very, very well in the group play games. They needed to beat the Bucks on that Black Friday to win the group and get into the knockout round. The Knicks are the only NBA Cup team the only NBA team to reach the knockout round all 3 years. They played very well against the Raptors on the road, and that's important because the road has not been a place where the Knicks have played great so far this season. They're playing better. They lost their first 3 road games of the season. Now they're up to 5-6. If they win tonight, they're 500 on the road, but that was a good win against a quality opponent on the road. And then they played great in a tough, physical, hard-fought game against the Magic in the semifinals. And the NBA Cup championship, that's what Adam Silver wants when he drew up the NBA Cup. He basically wants to, and I've heard Michael Kay say this, and it's spot on. It's not, I think people who are complaining about the Cup one way or another, I think they're overthinking it. I think what the point of the NBA Cup is to assign a little bit more intensity, focus, attention, excitement on some regular season games in November and December that otherwise wouldn't be as exciting. They count for the same amount in the standings. The group play games, the knockout round games, the only one that doesn't count is the NBA Cup final. And that's exactly what they did. Like that Knicks-Orlando game in the semifinals, it was a playoff type atmosphere. And the game after it was even better when the Spurs handed the Thunder their second loss of the season. That's what he wanted. And if you have to pay players a monetary incentive for those games to implement this tournament, who cares? It's not coming out of your pocket, our pocket, the fans' pocket. People get hung up on the money sometimes. What he's trying to do is improve the competition. I never understood the people who were upset by the NBA Cup. The NBA Cup didn't take anything away. If anything, it enhanced it a little. Now, if you don't think it enhances the regular season, that's fine. But worst case scenario, then it doesn't change things at all. So why complain about it? That's how I look at the NBA Cup. For the Knicks, it was a really good experience. They got to play in some high-intensity games at a point in the season where there's not usually that level of intensity against some really top competition. Orlando's a tough team to play. Wembanyama and the Spurs are a tough team to play against, and they came through it. And they pulled away in the fourth quarter of that championship game, and credit to them because, yes, there's the monetary incentive, and by winning that championship game, each player on the roster made, I think, an additional $260,000. But it didn't mean anything in the standings, and yet that is not how it appeared. They were approaching the game if you watched it in the fourth quarter. But the problem that I have with it is they and I don't know what the solve here is. Okay, so I'm sorry if I'm coming up with a problem but not a solution right now. But the team that wins the NBA Cup, and again, Adam Silver, the way that the Knicks approach the NBA Cup and really have in all 3 years of the NBA Cup's existence, the way that the Knicks have approached it each and every year should be the blueprint for how the NBA commissioner in office wants teams to approach the NBA Cup. How the Knicks handled their business this year is exactly what you want teams to do, minus hanging the banner. I think the NBA probably would have preferred the Knicks hung a banner. They didn't, as we know. All right? But coming off of that win against San Antonio, where the Knicks and the Spurs gave the NBA and their NBA on Prime partners and everybody else who was invested in this event everything they could have wanted. What a return on their investment. The Knicks were severely, I guess punished is the word, but there was such a huge disadvantage for the Knicks coming off the NBA Cup. They play Tuesday, they flew to Indianapolis on Wednesday, and then they were on the road to face the Pacers on Thursday night. Now, I know the Pacers are all beat up this year. No Halliburton, and they're missing a lot of other guys. But the Pacers hadn't played since Sunday. So they had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off. All right, and now they're up playing on 3 days rest. Knicks had that high-intensity game on Tuesday night. Now they've got to go. They've got to rest a couple of their guys because of the extra game they played. And then even worse than that, you fly home and you play at home on Friday night against the 76ers, who also hadn't played since Sunday. And God knows how long they had been in New York sitting in their hotel rooms with their feet up. Now, I know sometimes that can be dangerous, but in this case, it seemed to work in Philadelphia's favor. Think about that. Philadelphia played on Sunday, all right? Since that, before they played the Knicks in their next game, the Knicks had done the following. Second media day ahead of the NBA Cup Finals. Played the Spurs in the NBA Cup Finals and celebrated that victory. Flown to Indianapolis. Beat the Pacers on a last-second shot while missing 3 starters and 5 rotation players, and then come back to New York to play the Sixers at home on the second night of a back-to-back. How is that fair? I don't know what the solve is, but the Knicks easily, and if you go back and look at the last couple of years, year one, the Lakers won the NBA Cup. Almost immediately after, they went into a bit of a slide. Last year, the Milwaukee Bucks won the NBA Cup. Almost immediately after, they went into a little bit of a slide. The Knicks were very close to going into a little bit of a slide. They could have lost any of those 3 games that they played since the NBA Cup. They get a last-second shot from Brunson. They lose to Philadelphia, and they hold off the Heat, needing 47 points from Brunson. But now Brunson's not playing tonight. And now Anunoby's not playing tonight. I think it's something that the league needs to look at. They need to soften the rest disadvantage for the teams that are carrying the weight in this event that means so much to them. Let's go to Andrew in Manhattan. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, how's it going? I know you guys were speaking about anti-tank earlier, so I had an idea to propose. You were talking earlier about a cutoff on March 1st. What if after March 1st there was a list of the 10 worst teams, and from that point forward, it was the best record since then? This way you get teams that are struggling or losing that have to really battle it out against each other, so we don't end up with these terrible tank games.
I don't hate the idea. Thanks for the call. I've heard, and by the way, this wasn't our idea. The NBA, Anthony had said, had a brainstorming session to try to come up with ideas, to prevent tanking. And one of them was the lottery positions are locked in on March 1st. So after March 1st, you go ahead and win as many games as you want, which will make the product better down the stretch of the season. I have heard that they should do like an inverse lottery. So if you're the best team that did not make the playoffs, then you get the top spot in the lottery. I don't like that idea because that's giving a huge advantage to a team that's probably like 41-41 or 40-42. What you're saying, Andrew, was decent, right? Lock the position, or have that March 1st cutoff, and then from that point on, whoever plays the best gets. Not terrible. Not terrible. Now, yesterday, in the Golden State Warriors game, there was this pretty heated interaction on the bench between Steve Kerr and Draymond Green. The Warriors they got off to a pretty decent start. They are not having a good season. They don't have a lot of depth. I don't know how much Jimmy Butler has left. Draymond Green, as good a career as he has had, is clearly on the downside. I think it's pretty clear that like this era of Golden State Warriors basketball, which has been one of the best eras for any team in the history of the league, starting in 2014-15 when they won their first championship with this group, with Curry and Thompson and Green and Steve Kerr, culminating with their 2022 championship. It's been a fantastic era, all right, and it's produced one of the great careers and one of the most unique careers and unlikely careers in NBA history in Stephen Curry. And, most things that end badly. And unfortunately, and Curry is just such an easy guy to root for, at least for me. And I think most people share that opinion. His production, but just the way that he carries himself. Knicks fans like to fawn over Jalen Brunson. He always has the right answer. He always makes it about the team. And, he's never embroiled in controversy. And all of those things, by the way, are true. Stephen Curry has done that his entire career. But he's done it as like a top 15 player of all time and the greatest shooter who's ever lived. you hate to see things end badly for a player like that. But unfortunately, with the mercurial Draymond Green, and, it's only a matter of time until Jimmy Butler has an explosion and starts to undermine that locker room. And you saw a little bit of that yesterday with Green and getting into it with Steve Kerr, where they were going back and forth at each other after Green had committed a turnover. Green got up and left the bench, and he went back. He said he needed to cool off after that interaction with Steve Kerr. But again, it's not something that you see in the NBA all the time, especially with a coach the caliber of Steve Kerr and a player the caliber of Draymond Green. So here's Green after the game describing what happened between he and Kerr.
Temper spilled over, and I just thought it was best that I get out of there. I don't think there was a situation where it was going to get better. So it was just best to remove myself. That's it.
All right, so that's Draymond Green describing what happened. Now here's Steve Kerr describing what happened with Draymond.
Yeah, we got into it, obviously, and, I took the time out just because I thought we lost our focus there a little bit, and we had it out a little bit, and, he made his decision to go back to the locker room to cool off, and that's all I'm going to say about it. Everything is private, and I got nothing further to add.
He was in the locker room for a while, came back to the bench, could have theoretically gone back into the game. Kerr was asked if he entertained the idea of putting Draymond Green back in the game.
No, he wasn't going back in.
So, look, Green he's probably going to be in the Hall of Fame. No disrespect to deserving Hall of Famers, but I'm not a big Hall of Fame guy, and I think the NBA Hall of Fame, or it's the basketball Hall of Fame, I personally think it's probably the most watered down of all the halls of fame. There's a lot of role players in the Hall of Fame. Role players are great. They're important. They help win championships. They're not Hall of Famers. So, yeah, on the one hand, I'm saying Draymond Green is probably going to be in the Hall of Fame. And on the other hand, I'm saying that, the Basketball Hall of Fame is, in my opinion, pretty watered down. But regardless, he's had a very, very highly productive career. He's been a multiple-time All-Star. He's been a 4-time NBA champion. But the thing about Draymond Green at this point in his career, he is, if you heard him describe what happened to Kerr, he basically is like, oh, yeah, these things happen. They don't happen. How often how many basketball games are played every night and every year? When have you ever seen, remember last year, Josh Hart and Tom Thibodeau got into it. I think it was in Los Angeles. Or it might have even been at Golden State. It was somewhere on the West Coast. And they got into it pretty hard. It was great video. And Hart was back. Hart didn't leave. He was back on the court, I think, out of that timeout. And you move on. Tempers do flare. But, when Draymond Green is involved, he always seems to go the extra mile. And then when it's something involving him, he kind of just brushes it off. Oh, yeah, temper's flaring. It's no big deal. But this is a guy who and for those of you not watching on YouTube, he has his podcast. I'm using air quotes because I don't respect his podcast. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's entertaining, but it is what it is. People listen and they consume it. Great. Good for you. One of the things that I've seen him do on his podcast is that he is very, very quick to point out the shortcomings or the faults of everybody else. I mean, he had that little thing last week with Danny Wolf on the Nets and going off on how they're calling him the Jewish Jesus, or excuse me, it was the Jewish Joker. I'm sorry. They had the thing with Karl Anthony Towns last year where he's going off on him just but whenever, I guess what I'm trying to say is the thing that bothers me the most about Draymond Green is he's kind of like the old man yelling at the cloud. He is old. He's grizzled, gray beard, all the stereotypes of an old guy, plus the fact that he's old, all right? And, he is the classic example of someone who does not like the fact that his place and his stature in this league has diminished because his skills have diminished, his team's skills have diminished, and he's not on the best team and the big bullies that come in and are the traveling road show and the circus and, the most popular NBA team anymore. He was. The only reason that they are still one of the hottest tickets in the NBA is because of Stephen Curry. So there is very little accountability on the part of Draymond Green. And unfortunately, part of his shtick when you put a microphone in front of him is that I guess he feels it's because of what he and his team have accomplished. He feels it's like his place to hold others accountable in the NBA, where in reality, he is one of the least accountable athletes I think I've ever seen, and very, very, very self-unaware. Let's get another quick phone call in. Mark in Carmel. Hey, Mark.
Yeah, hi. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call. So just a couple of things about the NBA with in reference to the NBA Cup. People seem to be confused about it, and I think because, like, my daughter texted me and said, "Dad, did the Knicks win the championship?" I mean, she doesn't know, like, when the season ends. So I think somehow maybe put something on it that's, like, says mid-season NBA Cup or something like that, and to designate it from the final championship. Just a thought. And then with the tanking, I'm not quite sure or familiar with all the rules and the points and percentages, but maybe if you made each team, what number it would be, 15 or 20, that you had to win at least 15 games or 20 games, and if you didn't, then your percentages would go down on your chance of, however that works. I'm not exactly sure how the pecking order of that. But that way, the teams would have to win at least 15 or 20, whatever the number might be. And if they didn't, they would lose ground in the lottery. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
It's tough to do it that way. Thanks for the call. I mean, I'm looking last year. The Hornets won 19 games, the Wizards won 18 games, and the Jazz won 17 games. So by that, those three teams would be eliminated. I mean, I jokingly say this, but how did the Dallas Mavericks win the lottery last year? I mean, seriously, after making one of the worst trades, let's be honest, call it what it is. After making the worst trade in NBA history and, seeing such revolt and upheaval from its fans, that's the year that they win the draft lottery, when there happens to be a generational talent in the lottery. Or let's go back to 2012 when the New Orleans Pelicans, it happened to the Pelicans twice, 2012, and the Pelicans are being run by David Stern and the NBA because they didn't have an ownership group yet. And, they were basically on the verge of being homeless and having to leave New Orleans. And Anthony Davis, another, at the time, generational prospect, is in the lottery, and they happen to win that lottery. And LeBron James leaves, and Kyrie Irving is coming in and is the number one pick for the Cleveland Cavaliers. So, you could say anti-tanking and this and that. Part of me thinks the NBA's just kind of telling everybody who's got the number one pick anyway. I don't have any proof, but it is what it is. 1-800-919-3776. I think we have time for one more quick phone call if we want to pop up Tom and Bethpage. What's up, Tom?
Hey, what's going on? I just couldn't agree more with your monologue. I want to take it a step further on Draymond. I think he's sociopathic to the point where it's dangerous. The last 2 or 3 years, it's gotten worse and worse, where he gets this visceral anger to him that he's actually hurt people. And I just don't understand how the NBA keeps condoning it, because it's happened. I don't even want to say 1 or 2 or 10 times. It's been 15 to 20 incidents in the last 3 or 4 years.
Well, let me run. I got to let you run because we're up against the end of the show. I wouldn't say the NBA has condoned his behavior. I mean, he's been punished, and he's received some severe punishments. Although I do agree with Ty, which I hate to do, but when he said earlier in the show that jokingly the Warriors didn't even suspend him when he punched his own teammate in practice. Maybe that says more about how people felt about Jordan Poole. I don't know. The NBA doesn't condone his behavior. But it is troubling for sure. All right, fun show. I'm going to stick around because we have Knicks Timberwolves pregame coverage coming up at 7:30. Jacob, Anthony, great job as always. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas to everyone out there from us here at 880 ESPN New York.
This is Rick Brunson, the assistant coach from the New York Knicks. I'll be driving to our games